ti javiti kad počne.
Distinguished Excellencies, distinguished ministers and state secretaries, respected diplomats and experts, dear ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the 14th Dubrovnik Forum. With the aim to promote a discussion on the change in regional and global politics and economics following the COVID-19 pandemic, Croatia is organizing this year's Dubrovnik Forum on the topic Post-Pandemic Geopolitics, Together in a World Apart. The discussion will be the first opportunity to address and exchange views at the highest level on the effects the pandemic had on security, global partnership, connectivity, economic challenges, as well as on green development and digitalization. At the same time, we will focus on the priorities and guidelines for the future post-pandemic world. Introductory speeches will be followed by 3 panel discussions on the following topics: Unmasking the Geopolitics of a Post-Pandemic World, the International Community and the Western Balkans, How to End the Quarantine, European Union 3Cs Initiative and CEEC plus China, How to Support Central and Eastern Europe's Economic Growth and Societal Development. It is my pleasure to announce our keynote speakers with whom we will officially open today's forum. I am honored to invite our host and the first speaker, Mr. Andrej Plenković, the Prime Minister of Republic of Croatia, to take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Dear President of the Croatian Parliament, dear Gordan, dear Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, also dear Gordan, High Representative, Secretary General, Vice President of the Commission, Ministers, Envoys, Prefect of Dubrovnik, Neretva County, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to greet you once again in Dubrovnik, now the first year after the COVID has influenced entire communication and functioning of the international community, international organizations. We were all very keen to see you physically back instead of the usual video conferences. At the beginning of this conference, I would like to give you an outline of Croatian government's views on the topics that are envisaged today at the 3 different panels, always rich and intriguing, both by topics and the speakers that will be addressing us today. We believe that this crisis of COVID-19, with its unprecedented character, has really tested the capabilities of states, capabilities and intensity of international cooperation, of global governance, of our ability to respond jointly to a literally global threat. No one was really saved from COVID-19, and this makes the crisis that we are still going through indeed unique from a global perspective. It required leadership, it required resilience, it required very quick decision-making, but also the vision how to move forward. In my country, I think the fact that the crisis started in the first ever Croatia's presidency of the Council of the European Union made our role even more important than it would have been normally. And in that respect, I have to admit that during end of January, beginning of February last year, Croatia, its ministers, our diplomats were the first ones who were really involved in the entire crisis mechanism that was initiated at the level of the European Union, together with all the other institutions, member states, and of course cooperation, in particular at the beginning with the World Health Organization. Today we find ourselves in the position to have learned some lessons. The first one, you remember, it was all about the protective equipment regarding COVID. And basically I will tell you how I solved the problem for Croatia, because we didn't have enough of our own. We couldn't procure enough from our neighboring countries, European countries. One phone call with Premier Li from China solved the problem for Croatia. That's the way we solved it. And it's solved like that until today, to the extent that it never occurred in our functioning of our health system. Did we lack or do we need more protective equipment? Just an example of one lesson that we have learned in such a crisis. The second one was how to, in my view, the most critical one, how to avoid the social fracture which was threatening all of our societies. Had the states not demonstrated its role in this crisis in the way it was done, we would have had the explosion of unemployment, we would have had existential crisis for many families, we would have had companies that would have gone bankrupt, but none of this has happened in most of our countries because the governments decided that it was the moment to keep the jobs, to stand by the private sector, to stand by employers, to stand by our workers. Croatia's government effort in that respect was unprecedented. We basically paid salaries to 700,000 people in the course of almost a year and a half. It has impacted our indebtedness. However, what we did is that our financial reputation remained very solid because of the very good track record before, and it did not influence the perception of Croatia at the financial markets, both domestic and international. And with those moves, we managed to get out of a really critical situation otherwise. The other element which was essential was the international cooperation. And here in particular, I would like to stress the joint efforts that we did within the European Union. I remember the discussions once we reconvened physically, it was last summer. The dominant feeling among the leaders was we have a big problem and we do need a big solution. The only way to find a big solution to such a crisis was actually to agree on the package of the EU Next Generation, to pull together the incredible amount of money which is there available for the member states, for the recovery, for the resilience, for a very quick catching up of our economies with the trends that we had. And this, in my view, was the wisest move that we could have thought of. In that respect, Croatia is one of the member states that, together with the usual multi-annual financial framework funds available, we shall be having extra funds from the EU Next Generation. Ursula von der Leyen was here 2 days ago after the positive assessment of the College of our plan, worth 6.3 billion euros of grants, which is supposed to give Croatia a boost in terms of economic recovery from all sectors, from economy to health, judiciary, administration, labor market, education, science, as well as the physical reconstruction after the 2 devastating earthquakes, because Croatia is the only country within the EU that had 36 billion kunas, which is a little bit over 4.5 billion euros, damages from COVID, but also multiple for the damages of the 2 devastating earthquakes in Zagreb and the Sisak region. So we are now learning how to sustain all of these pressures and how to pull together sufficient financial resources in order to provide our citizens a proper development, which basically goes in two directions. One is to join the Schengen zone, hopefully during the next year, and the other one to be fully ready and fulfill all the criteria for joining the Eurozone at the beginning of 2023. These are the two key foreign policy, or I would say state policy objectives that we want to attain by 2023 and leave it as a legacy of our second government. This brings me to the issue of vaccine diplomacy, something that we started to talk about at the end of the last year. We had unexpected problems. Perhaps some of the countries which are not involved in the production of the vaccines are less informed because they don't have enough data coming from the pharmaceutical industries or the factories or their owners or the entire production process. But what was surprising, at least at the level of the EU, since we decided to jointly procure vaccines from different pharmaceutical companies, was that we had unexpected problems with delivery, which slowed down the pace of vaccination, especially in the first 3 months of this year, and also some reputational challenges for some of those vaccines which were developed in an incredibly short span of time. And here I'd like to express our gratitude to the scientists and researchers who have had an incredible endeavor across the globe to provide us with the cure, or I would say vaccine, to the COVID-19 disease in the speed which was really unbelievably fast. And in that respect, we are now facing the global challenge. Once the sufficient numbers of our own populations are vaccinated, to give it to our neighboring countries, to provide it to the countries which are in the development process, especially excessively populated countries in Africa and other continents, and therefore this fight is a global one, and it will not be over until everyone is safe. So I assume we shall all be having a tremendously challenging exercise of donation and distribution of the vaccine to those countries that are in need. Coming to one of the topics of today, the region, the Western Balkans. You know that Croatia is a fervent advocate of the enlargement. We are a country that really supports all of our neighbors in their European aspirations. We would like our friends from Bulgaria and North Macedonia to find a solution as soon as possible for the issues which are at the table. We feel that North Macedonia has waited already more than enough to start the intergovernmental conference. During our presidency, we managed with a new methodology of enlargement negotiations to unblock Albania and North Macedonia compared to 2019. And we feel now that the moment is ripe to finally enable both North Macedonia and Albania to start negotiations. On Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country that for Croatia is certainly a neighbor that is physically, geographically, historically, culturally, people-wise, the most important neighbor that we have. We are, of course, supporting the process currently going on with the assistance of the United States and the European Union in respect to the reform of the electoral process. We feel, and the electoral legislation, that finally this issue should be addressed, that there should be legitimate representatives in the institutions, that we should stick to the letter and the spirit of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement, and that all three constituent peoples should be equal once the electoral process takes place. And therefore, we are not happy with the practices since 2006. We say it openly, everybody knows that. We feel that is not useful and helpful for the good functioning of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And therefore, we hope that institutions themselves, political parties, will take on the responsibility and find the best solutions that everybody feels fine, meaning all constituent peoples and other citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We support also reforms in other countries, especially Montenegro as well, including Serbia, including Kosovo, and we hope that they find solution to their bilateral relations, that we move slowly towards the steps that can enable more dynamic their European path. On the neighborhood issues, just few points. I think that the Eastern Partnership is facing a very critical situation at this stage. We all know why, because of the other important power in the world, and that is Russia. We had a very big and extensive debate at the European Council recently about it. So we need to see how to shape our relationship with the countries that are there, those who indeed have an ambition to go further and closer to the European Union, unlike some of them who don't. And from that point of view, it requires, I think, a new calibration of our policy. When it comes to the Mediterranean, you see the Adriatic here. We feel we are a Mediterranean country, and we would be very pleased to intensify our relationship with all the Mediterranean countries, especially through the cooperation of the EU member states coming from the Mediterranean. In that respect, Croatia and Slovenia will join the other 7 Mediterranean countries this September in Crete. My final point on technology, I think that the world has very much altered in the last few decades since the invention of internet, and I think the entire global governance needs to adapt, democracy needs to adapt. We are in the process where the 4th industrial revolution is leaping really very fast, and it is task of both public and the private sector to be within those trends, to be within the trends of digitalization, to be within the trends of the more greener economy, because that is the only way we shall remain competitive, agile, assertive, and able to compete at the European or global markets. From that perspective, Croatia has done all its homework in order to participate in that game throughout this decade. I feel this is going to be the boosting decade for our economy, for our institutions, and our positioning. And the only way to do it is to be at the forefront of the trends, just as much as some of our very smart, creative, and innovative entrepreneurs have done it in the IT sector. I wish you a very fruitful debate today, and I'm really pleased that Dubrovnik Forum is on again. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Plenković, for your introductory words, and I hereby invite His Excellency Josep Borrell Fontelles, the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission.
Mr. Prime Minister, Speaker of the Parliament, ministers, ambassadors, heads of international organizations, dear colleague, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation and for this opportunity. The motto of the meeting says, a world apart. And believe me, we are really a world apart. We Europeans, we are a world apart. And here, still more on this beautiful place, in this beautiful country. When one has the opportunity, as I have, of knowing better how the world is and how the world works, certainly we are a world apart, a wonderful world apart. And we are leaving the pandemic behind us, more or less. We have to remain vigilant because new waves and new variants are coming. But after 1.5 years of several waves, we can say that we are getting out of the tunnel, even if we need to remain vigilant because the Delta variant and others. But the pandemic is still raging in the rest of the world, notably in the South, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia. South America, about 4,000 deaths per day, half of them in Brazil, which is 15 times more than we have here in Europe. The situation in Africa is worsening. In Africa now is happening what we believe was going to happen since the beginning. The number of deaths is increasing at a very high rate, more than 25% a week. The vaccination rate is below 3%. Here in Europe, we are about 60%. They are at 3%. In large parts of Asia and Indonesia, the health system is completely overflowed by the new cases, and the situation is worsening. In the south, things are not going to be solved quickly. The world as a whole will not overcome the virus until 2023. So we still have a long fight in front of us. And the world that will come after will be a different world. It will be less Western, more Asiatic. It will be more digital and much more unequal between countries and inside the countries. Certainly, and the Prime Minister has mentioned this, the determining factor for getting out of the pandemic are vaccines, availability of vaccines. It is impossible to imagine that we can win this battle without vaccines, and the scientific community has shown an extraordinary capacity. On the international politics has been a lot of division, lack of cooperation, but in the scientific world, they have been working a lot to provide us vaccines in a very short time. Certainly, we have to do more here at the European Union. But let me point out some positive aspects. In spite of everything, the European Union is still the only region in the world to vaccinate its own population, at the same time to export half of our production, and being a leading donor to COVAX. But unhappily, COVAX is not yet delivering in large volumes, in part due to the fact that India, which is a big producer, is not exporting. But these three things, pushing for COVAX, exporting half of our production, and vaccinating our population, is something that we can be proud of. I have to add immediately that we have to do more. For example, Africa. We have provided to Africa, by all means, COVAX, direct donations, and exports, less than 10 million doses. For a continent of 1.5 billion people, it is certainly not enough. It's far away from being enough. And United Nations and other organizations are warning us that vaccine inequality will drive a very unequal world, unequal recovery. And this means a more unstable world. We all know that China, Russia, and others are playing the vaccine diplomacy, the Prime Minister has mentioned it, around the world and also in this region. We need to be aware of this and take actions accordingly. For instance, until now, the European Union has delivered 3.2 million doses in total to the Western Balkans. Total means export, COVAX, and donations. But as I said, the total figure for Africa is less than 10%. It's very far from being enough. So we need to donate in large volumes. We have a minimum target of 100 million donations for this year, and we have to increase the production capacity in Africa. It is in our own interest. If we succeed on vaccination of the whole world, we will save a lot of lives and even a lot of money. If we don't vaccinate people globally, we leave fertile ground for new mutations that could come back to our developed world. So solidarity is also part of the problem, part of the solution. It's our self-interest to work in the same direction. I don't want to go to the new generation EU. It has been an important response, but I think everybody knows about it. Let me go to the post-pandemic world from a geopolitical point of view, as it is the purpose of this meeting. The outlook to the post-pandemic world is very challenging. It's hard to summarize, but let me try. I see 5 trends. None of them are fully new, but all of them have been accelerated by the crisis. The first one is unprecedented competition between states. We are living in a world of competitive nationalism and the coming back of empires, the empire mentality. A world of power politics and zero-sum games. Second, our world is and will be more multipolar and less multilateral. The strategic competition between US and China is paralyzing the United Nations Security Council and many other international organizations. Third, we have stopped traveling as individuals, but globalization is continuing, and interdependency becomes more and more conflictual, and soft power is becoming weaponized. Vaccines, data, technological standards all become instruments of political competition. 4, some countries are following, as I said, a logic of empires. They argue in terms of historical rights, zone of influence, and not agreed with rules, international rules, and not looking for local consent. And the 5th one is the world is becoming less free and democracy is under attack at home and abroad. We are facing a real battle of narrative about which system is the best one in order to face the challenges of our world. None of these trends are favorable to the European Union, because we Europeans, we like a predictable world, rules-based multilateralism, open markets, positive-sum games, solidarity with people and countries free to shape their own lives. But we have to treat the world the way it is, not to accept it, but to base our policies, choices on a realistic assessment. And this realistic assessment could be based on a several line of actions. Let me mention 3 of them. 3 of the mega challenges that will determine our future and our role in the post-pandemic world. The first one is, how do we deal with a more crowded environment? I will explain what I mean by crowded environment or neighborhood. More crowded neighborhood. There are more actors in our neighborhood. Second, where do we position ourselves in the triangle China, US, European Union? And the third one, how do we ensure to get effective action on global challenges, especially on the climate crisis, but also on the regulation of new technologies? Some flashes about each one of these 3 mega challenges. First one, our neighborhood. Our neighborhood becomes contested. Here, you know very well that our neighborhood has become crowded and competitive with Russia, Turkey, and others, using hybrid tactics in order to intervene on this space. At the same time, we know that people in the neighborhood of the European Union want more from Europe. They want Europe to deliver faster and better, because the European model of democracy, solidarity, freedoms, and fundamental rights remains extremely powerful and attractive. A lot of people would like to live as we live, because we are the best combination of political freedom, economic prosperity, and social solidarity in the world. I'm not saying the perfect, but the best. So we must continue to work with anyone who shares this vision. That means keeping our commitments with the Western Balkans and keeping the whole region on the European path, including by reviving the Serbia-Kosovo dialogue as we are engaged on. This means supporting Ukraine when it faces Russian aggression, and its reform agenda bringing Ukraine closer to the European Union. This means continuing to put pressure on the regime in Belarus for the oppression of their citizens. This means supporting Libya and its new national unity government. This means doing all we can to prevent a catastrophe in Lebanon due to the political stalemate. And I stop here, but the list goes on. My main message on the neighborhood is that as European Union, we need to step up, both by demanding and by offering more. The agenda is vast, and I hope this forum can come out with new ideas and commitments about this. Second, the US, China, EU triangle. Yesterday, I had a 2-hour conversation with my colleague, the Chinese Foreign Affairs Minister, a very polite and clever person, but it was a tough conversation. This month, China marks the 100th anniversary of its Communist Party. It's a chance to underline an historic achievement. In the last 40 years, China has performed an incredible economic development. I don't think in the history of mankind there is another example of such a big improvement in such a short period of time. But we also got a defiant message from President Xi Jinping warning that foreign powers, I quote, will get their heads bashed if they attempt to bully or to influence the country. So we see growing China influence everywhere, built on centralization at home and assertiveness abroad, more and more assertiveness abroad. At the same time, cooperation with China is getting more difficult, also because they link market access with the problem of human rights. But we must cooperate on many issues, and economic potential remains high. 25% of the all global growth in this year will come from China. Meanwhile, in the United Nations, they talk about China as a partner, competitor, and rival. They have taken our approach, competitor, partner, and rival, as we have been doing. But there is a bipartisan consensus between Democrats and Republicans about this strategic competition. For President Biden, this is about democracies versus authoritarian powers. This was the frame for the G7 and NATO summits. This competition between the US and China will shape our world for the decades to come. As European Union, we need to steer a clear course, not equidistant, but using our own glasses. With the US, we share history, political, and economic system, so we will be always closer to Washington. We are the product of enlightenment, but we have to look at the world according with our interests also. That's what have relaunched a US-EU strategic dialogue about China, and with the Biden team, the dialogue is real, positive, constructive. But we have to keep in mind that our interests are not always the same. A lot of EU-China work is about doing our homework, investment screening, foreign subsidies, 5G, procurement, anti-coercion instruments. All is happening, and the Commission is working a lot on that. And it's about developing our own Indo-Pacific strategy. The Indo-Pacific is the region where the history will be written. The front line is no longer the middle of Europe. It's in this part of the world. And I don't think we are aware enough of this geopolitical change. So this, the second mega challenge is how to steer our own course in US-China strategic triangle, and how to mix cooperation and competition in a coherent strategy. The third one is how to revive multilateralism and to make it deliver on the big issues. No need to tell to you that there is a crisis for multilateralism. Even after the return of US to the world scene, the supply of multilateral action is still less than the demand. Take climate crisis. Last week, it was almost 50 degrees, not in Baghdad, in Canada. So the changes in weather is not something that will happen in the future. It's already happening today. Global warming is moving very quick, and we are moving not at the same pace. A world of 3 degrees by 2100, which is our current strategy, will be a world very much different than the one in which we are living. This is a test for the multilateral system. Let's see what's happening in Glasgow. It's possibly the last moment that we can still have run away in front of climate change. But this would require a strong acceleration of our global efforts. And once again, we Europeans, we should be on the lead. And to finish, let me put a second example, technology. You don't need to be a Marxist to accept that technology has been driving the world. And the one who masters technology masters international politics. And here too, we need multilateralism to deliver on a standard setting for artificial intelligence, which will be the oil of this century, autonomous weapons, cloud services, surveillance. Who will set the rules? Who will set the standards? On which basis and values? Who will control the new world that's coming? Who will control the flow of data? It's going to be the state, Chinese model. Are going to be big firms, let's say American model. It's going to be the society, democratically organized, which is, I can say, the European model. It's a big question mark. And throughout history, control over technology has determined who runs the world. So Europeans will need to work hard to help to set the rules for the future according with our values. We have what is called the Brussels effect. We have to use it more. If none of the big tech companies are Europeans, we should ask why and to look for a solution, because we are lagging behind of the front line of the technological development. So, Prime Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, I will stop here. I hope this reflection on geopolitics of the post-pandemic world will help to set the stage for a fruitful discussion. Prime Minister, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this forum and such a beautiful setting in this world apart. Thank you.
We thank His Excellency for the clear support he provided with his arrival, and I further invite our third keynote speaker, the Speaker of Croatian Parliament, Mr. Gordan Jandrokovic.
Poštovani
Mr. Prime Minister of Croatia, Mr. High Representative, Vice President of the European Commission, Secretary General of the Council of Europe, dear ministers, ambassadors, high dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be able to extend a very warm welcome to you at the start of the 14th Dubrovnik Forum on my personal behalf of the Croatian Parliament. I'd like to thank the organizers as well as to all of you who have accepted the invitation to take part. I'm convinced that all participants of this forum will enrich its work with their discussion, but I particularly rejoice in the fact that we see each other in person once again. For more than a year, our conferences, our meetings have taken place through video link. We have looked at each other through the screen, but you will agree with me that technology does not provide the same feeling and effect as the meetings in person, particularly due to our informal discussions at the margins of the forum, as was the case at the gala dinner yesterday. As we are gathered here in Dubrovnik at the time of pandemic, allow me to remind you that the first quarantine in the world was organized precisely here in Dubrovnik in the 14th century as a measure of protection against the introduction and spread of infection diseases, particularly the plague. The pandemic of Black Death was the worst pandemic in the history of mankind. According to some estimates, almost half of the European population succumbed to it. The present-day quarter in Dubrovnik called Lazareti was named after the isolation hospitals that were located there. In order to prevent the spread of the pandemic, the Grand Council of the Dubrovnik Republic enacted a law according to which all the ships and trading caravans that arrived from infected areas had to spend 30 days in isolation. Thus, apart from the natural beauty and preserved inheritance and culture, Dubrovnik also gave a large contribution to the development of world science and medicine. I'm convinced that just like in the years past, Dubrovnik will once again be a wonderful host and that all of you will feel very pleasantly here. This year's forum was determined by the outbreak and the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, which will permanently change the life as we know it. Historically, the pandemics have always changed our world. Therefore, we have to be aware that the manner of our living before the pandemic will be different from the one that we will encounter after the pandemic. Therefore, it is logical for us to debate the issues linked to the economic recovery, green and digital transition of Europe and the world, other forms of multilateral cooperation, as well as, of course, the European perspective of the Western Balkans. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Croatia has always taken an active part in international relations and affects the changes that take place around us. In the 30 years of our independence that we have celebrated this year, we have made the difficult transition from the dictatorship into democracy, from planned economy to market economy, from war to peace, and we also realized two important geostrategic goals: membership in NATO and the European Union. Before the membership, we worked very hard to join the Euro-Atlantic integration in order to ensure economic well-being, prosperity and security for our citizens. And we believe that we have succeeded to a large extent. We also expect to join the Schengen area and the Eurozone soon. However, today we are faced with a number of new challenges: security, economic, demographic and health challenges. The issues linked to environmental protection, climate change, security and migration, the outbreak of coronavirus added a new dimension and made our future uncertain. But let us try to put ourselves in the shoes of a young person who is 15 today. In 30 years, in 2015, this person will be 45 and they will be a mature person. Nobody knows what the world and our nations will look like. But what we can be sure is that this person and their generation will share the concern about their future and existence. Climate change and changes in our environment are among the biggest global risks that we are facing. They cause floods and fires, drought and extreme weather. The sea levels are rising, the temperatures are rising, glaciers are melting, the access to clean water is made difficult, rainforests and biodiversity, as well as many individual species, are at risk. This is the type of concern that has not been felt by our generation to the same extent. Moreover, in the context of today's pandemic or the earthquakes that have struck this part of Europe, people were forced to face these external factors that they have no control over. But we can improve the quality of waters in our rivers and seas, we can decrease the quantities of waste, we can create green surfaces in our cities and increase the use of renewable energies. Another big challenge is demography. Europe is getting older. According to the estimates, by 2070, as much as 30% of the population will be over 65. So what can we do to stop this trend? Are there policies to address that? Due to the aging of population, there will be an increasing pressure on the pension and health systems. The reduction in the number of employable population will have long-lasting effects, precisely because of the younger and future generations. All of us have additional responsibility. Either we will effect and manage these changes, direct them, or we will fall victim to them. I'm sure that you, in your states, just as we do in Croatia, you see the responsibility and the role that we have. Dear participants, the parliamentary dimension and the interparliamentary cooperation will keep its role that it had prior to the pandemic. As the delegates of the people and the carriers of the legislative power, we have the responsibility and duty to respond to these challenges for the well-being of our citizens. The parliaments are guardians of democracy, and it is precisely the democracy that is being tested in the pandemic and in the times that lie ahead of us. This is another challenge for us. We increasingly frequently debate about the boundaries of individual freedoms as opposed to the responsibility vis-à-vis the larger community. There is a lot more demagoguery, populism, intolerance, and hate speech emanating from the social networks and internet, and they are moving into the political space, destabilizing the existing order. But these phenomena have to be taken seriously, and we have to fight for peace, democracy, freedom, and human rights. We in the Croatian parliament, during the pandemic and the devastating earthquake that damaged the building of the Croatian parliament, have not stopped working for a minute. For the first time in our history, we had delegates and parliamentarians working from their homes. The sessions of the parliament were taking place without any hindrance. Recently, in the Croatian parliament, we organized a conference titled The Future of Europe, the Vision of Croatia, and we presented successful examples of digital transformation in Croatia, about the use of artificial intelligence, and we listened to the testimonies of young persons who have started from scratch only to become world players, global players, employing thousands of employees. Here in Dubrovnik, I have to single out Rimac Automobili, a company that recently took over Bugatti and moved the headquarters into Croatia. So this is once again a proof that we live in a world of great surprises, but also great opportunities. On the other hand, the pandemic has slowed down our interparliamentary cooperation, despite the advantages of technical equipment, video conferences. The lack of meetings in person, I think, made us look inwardly a bit more. I hope that you share my wish to have more intense, not only interparliamentary cooperation, but at all levels of the government. There is one big obstacle ahead of us in that term, and that is coronavirus. However, thanks to the science, we have a fast and efficient response, that is vaccination. It is only vaccination that will enable us to go back to the normal. So I invite all of us to do our part and get vaccinated. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID crisis has led to a situation where the countries are ever more looking inwardly to themselves and to their own interests. But that is precisely the reason why I'm happy to say that the Croatian government has decided to donate over 300,000 doses of vaccines to our neighbors, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Kosovo, Northern Macedonia, Albania, but also to Kyrgyzstan. It is precisely the area of Southeast Europe that is strategically important for the Republic of Croatia. Croatia supports the European path of our neighbors because it is our interest to preserve the stability and peace. Just like in our case, we are witnessing a long and winding road for those candidate countries that they have to take in order to become members of the European family. But we are sure that Croatia can and remain an important player and contributor to the realization of those goals. We certainly do not want to remain at the geographical margins of the European Union. We want to encourage the Euro-Atlantic integration across and outside of our borders. During Croatian presidency in the first half of 2020, we once again demonstrated our commitment to the expansion, to the enlargement policy, and the European Council in March decided to open negotiations with Albania, Northern Macedonia, and at the Zagreb summit, the Zagreb Declaration once again confirmed and endorsed the European perspective of the Southeast European countries. To us in Croatia, it is particularly important, the situation in the neighboring Bosnia and Herzegovina, due to the large Croatian population living there. It is necessary to respect the fact that Croats are one of the three constituent people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. At the forum, We will also discuss the issues of migration and the new multilateralism, regional initiatives such as the 3Cs and China Plus 17. From our point of view, we believe that a cooperation is necessary, multilateralism is necessary, and we must also make sure that it is not only the big players who are making decisions. In conclusion, dear friends, the pandemic has demonstrated to us that our power over the nature is limited, but we have to preserve our planet for the generations to come. Dubrovnik Forum is the place where we can exchange ideas on how to do that. Once again, dear friends, I'm very happy to see you here. I wish you a very fruitful work and a very pleasant stay in Dubrovnik, and what is more important, I hope to see you next year too.
Thank you, Mr. Jandrokovic, for having the final speech. Once again, we thank all keynote speakers for their introductory remarks, where they unequivocally emphasized the importance of today's topics at this conference. With this, we have concluded the introductory part of our program. We will start with the panel discussions in 5 minutes after a short break. Thank you.
Topic of this first panel is demasking of post-pandemic geopolitics. And I will start with demasking myself so we could hear each other better. During the pandemics, as we have heard, we saw unsolidarity. We saw competition in getting equipment, medical equipment, protective equipment. We saw competition in getting ventilators. We saw competition, fierce competition, something what is not a solidarity, although everybody claims that they were solidar with others. And we see that in contemporary world, we have a competition which is healthy, but competition, when it starts to be conflicted, like it is between United States and China, sometimes European Union and Russia, is not what's going to bring us a synergy to a world that we can face new challenges, because this pandemic is not over, but new challenges are ahead of us. And one thing what this pandemic showed us, that our solidarity is not what it's meant to be. So if we compete on the fields of economy to be better, that's okay. But if we compete just to destroy the others, definitely it's not going to lead us in the right direction. We saw that we have to work on a distance. We had virtual reality all around us. Thanks to digital world, thanks to digital innovation, we were able to do our work and to sustain our economy. But is that digital innovations, are they keeping us apart or are they bringing us together? Those are the topics that we are going to try to getting closer during this panel. And I would ask Ms. Marija Pejčinović-Burić to take the floor. Microphone is yours, General Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. I think the three introductory speeches were really an excellent frame to what I'm going to continue with. And this is the importance of multilateralism. Our introduction rightly pointed out that in the world more and more interdependent, the importance of multilateralism grow. But as we saw through the pandemic, the position of multilateral organizations and their work has been also put in numerous challenges. So let me start by saying that today the COVID situation varies across Europe and the world, and rates of vaccination, hospital admissions, mortality, and therefore also of personal and economic freedoms vary from place to place. So unfortunately, we remain far from a post-pandemic period, although we should all think about what will happen after, once we master the coronavirus. And of course, there will be many lessons to learn. One lesson is really clear if I look at it from the position of probably the oldest pan-European organization that is functioning now, the Council of Europe. So we already see that the value of multilateralism is very clear. And yes, they have been learning experiences, including the EU vaccination program, but there can be no clearer example of cross-border challenge as we face now. And the common complaint is not really there as that we had it too much, as we heard before. It's of international cooperation, but too little. So the debate is not really about whether a multilateral response is the right option, but whether that option has been scaled up and managed to the level we need. And for example, in the decision testing and manufacturing of safe and effective vaccines, the fair distribution of those vaccines across the world, the economic support required to prevent deeper poverty, especially for countries that start from a lower base, and the extent to which governments should be able to compel citizens to take certain actions like compulsory vaccinations, shuttering businesses, and the economy, or restricting our freedoms. So in the interdependent world, going it alone on these things makes little sense. And it threatens to add to the difficulty, chaos, and hardship that we have seen at places around the world. Instead, we should learn from one another and work together. This brings me to the second part, which is how the Council of Europe contributed to overcome or better sail through this crisis. So let me start at the beginning by saying what is the mandate and the mission of the Council of Europe, which is protect and promote human rights, democracy, and the rule of law across our 47 member states and over 830 million Europeans. And there are two important documents, actually, that keep Council of Europe going and sailing and our member states into the right direction. One is European Convention on Human Rights, and the other is European Social Charter and additional instruments that we have. So we have addressed the public health crisis in line with this mandate, and we have done that through advice, but also through very practical support. Let me start with advice. At the very early stage of the crisis, I issued a toolkit document, which I issued to all 47 governments, which was meant to be that measures that the governments rightly were taking in mastering coronavirus would be in accordance effective, but also maintain common European standards. And I think this is what is the particular importance of the work that Council of Europe has been doing on this issue. Our Venice Commission on Democracy Through Law was reinforcing those measures, but and mentioning three very important measures, principles to be taken. And I think that is pertinent for whatever we do now still. But one is that all measures must be necessary, proportionate, and limited in time. So they were needed, but these principles should guide governments how they would be designed and how long they would last. And of course, support citizens that they can have access to courts and justice. I think we all recall the first lockdown where everything was closed, including there was a question mark how people can access to courts. So we really gave a very clear guidance to our member states on how to go in that. But also for anti-torture committee, how to have safety and security during this hardship to people who are detained, guidance ranging from prevention of corruption and medical counterfeiting to data protection and media freedom, and of course raising the alarm on increased discrimination against minorities, minority languages, but also especially great risk of violence against women, especially during the lockdowns. But I said at the beginning, we not only advised, we also gave a very concrete support. And I will mention just two areas. One is that we offered free access to guidance and standards from our pharmacopoeia for developers working on vaccines. This is very little known, that Council of Europe has pharmacopoeia that has put their expertise and know-how free of charge to all those who are working on vaccines. And second is the Council of Europe Development Bank, which has issued social inclusion bonds and invested more than 3 billion euros in COVID-related emergency projects to help address the pandemic's social and economic effects. So finally, looking ahead, the long-term impact of the virus on Europeans' social rights will be absolutely crucial and important because during economic downturns, there always lurks the danger of widening divisions. And I think for democracy, this is probably the most important thing. We must protect the rights, needs, and dignity of those who have least. For this, member states should follow the European Social Charter that I also made a proposal recently to strengthen the system. So I hope the member states will use that. And of course, the vital will be is that the poorest shouldn't be asked to bear the burden of rebuilding our society. The post-pandemic period will likely be one in which faith in democracy is further strained. And I think that goes along from the a little bit gloomy picture that some of the speeches that were given this morning were also underlining, but from different point of view. So this is, for me, a very important point, because if we don't have citizens who believe in democracy, it will be difficult to guarantee other rights. And of course, there is plenty has been done, a lot to be still done, but I think this proves that in this way, this is how the multilateralism is being tested, but also how it was delivering in these difficult times. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I will give the floor to Ms. Dubravka Šuica, Vice President.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I cannot express how happy I am to be back in my hometown, and how happy I am that Dubrovnik Forum continues. So I want to thank all of you for coming here, and we will try to exchange our views. Since a lot have been said by my dear colleague, Vice President of the Commission, Borrell, I will try to be brief and be open to your later questions. So, as we all of us know, that virus turned our globalized world into a very small village. So, a humbling experience for us all, and a challenging one for decision makers and politicians. And what is very important, the virus has not hit every member state in the same way. Secondly, it has not hit men and women in the same way. Thirdly, it has not hit young and the elderly in the same way. Only for illustration, 1.6 billion children were out of school during this pandemic, and still, there are still some. So there are many lessons to be learned from this pandemic, as already heard, but if we could learn one lesson from this pandemic, is the importance of solidarity. European solidarity has been driving force for Europe's recovery. We invested a lot, as you already heard, in developing a vaccine, and in less than 10 months from the start of the pandemic, we had one. And on top of all, Recovery and Resilience Facility is Commission's response to these socio-economic challenges of COVID-19. As you know, it's called Next Generation EU, because we are preparing this world for next generation. And this is the reason why it is popularly called now Next Generation EU. We are talking about unprecedented sum of money, 1.8 trillion euro. This is our recovery instrument, and it aims to support member states to enhance their growth, job creation, and economic and social resilience, and to be prepared for possible next crisis. It's not just a slogan when we say none of us is safe until all of us are safe. So the virus does not respect borders, all of you know, and this is why European Commission, half of its production, which was already said, exported to other parts of the world. Majority of it to the third countries, but as we heard, not enough. So we are talking about 350 billion doses at this moment. Half of this was administered in the European Union, and half in the other parts of the world. If I'm in charge, as you know, of democracy and demography, and I look at post-pandemic from different angles, I can also say a few words about multilateralism. Of course, we are always in favor of rule-based cooperation and peaceful world order. So we think that multilateralism is a principle when all of us have to contribute in a constructive manner. Our focus must be on sustainable global recovery. And here comes global solidarity. Without global recovery, we will not see global recovery and lasting recovery. So this is very important. At the same time, we have to care about our democracy, As you know, our democracy is not static. Our democracy, it evolves constantly. We have to cherish it. We have to find the different ways of interaction, and this is the reason why this Commission started, together with two other institutions, European Parliament and European Council, started to organize a conference on the future of Europe. We want to address different issues which will be raised by our citizens, not only by institutions, not only by civil society, not only by social partners, but also by our citizens. This is an unprecedented democratic exercise which brings together citizens alongside with their elected representatives, with their governments, and we think that we can inspire other actors across the globe. You know that we are undergoing green and digital transition, but there is also a third major transition which is underway, and it's demographic change. We heard something about demographic from our speaker of the Parliament, but without taking into account demographic change, we will not be able to achieve our goals. So this is why von der Leyen Commission dedicated first time in the history of the Commission, one portfolio to demography. So this decision was motivated by the fact that according to current predictions, in 2070, we Europeans will be only 4% of world population. So this is something which we have to take in consideration when designing our policies, any policies, social policy, economic policy, this is very important. So our response to demographic change will have a direct impact on success of our recovery. Okay, it is money, but we need to always to factor in demographic change. Demography is about people's lives, and we look at the whole life cycle from young to the older people. And then now I have to mention aging. This is phenomenon of aging. Aging is a key demographic trend which is impacting European Union. So, but it brings both challenges and opportunities. We heard that the share of older people will increase. 20% of the population now is above 65 at this moment. By 2070, it will be 30%. Meanwhile, the share of people above 80 is expected to double, which is opportunity, if I may say, but at the same time, challenge. Never before enjoyed the citizens of European Union such long and healthy lives. So this is a major achievement of our social market economy. So this is something which I want to draw your attention to, and not only to you, moderator, but all of you policymakers and decision makers. This is very important, although sometimes we don't think about it, but demography is always to be some underpinning all our policies, because otherwise whatever we are doing for people, for people's lives. So if I may refer to my portfolio, democracy and demography both contain the word demos in the root of this word, which means we are doing everything for our people, for our citizens. For the beginning, I'm open to your questions.
Thank you, Vice President. And I would like Ms. Bisera Turkovic, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I would love to thank the organizer for gathering us in such a beautiful city of Dubrovnik and offering also stage to express our views about the current issues. One of the central questions we are confronted with is how to foster mature compatibility between state-level policy making embedded within the national sovereignty concept on one side, and effective multilateral cooperation which evolved independently of the individual national agenda. It is a question which is strongly put forward, and a question which we are going to deal for quite a long time. COVID-19 pandemic has made us realize that international cooperation is no longer an option. It is necessity for all of us. The binding type nature of both COVID and post-COVID multilateralism leaves us with no viable alternatives. And so the engagements we enter into and energy we invested really need to be well planned and worthwhile. We saw what one small invisible virus did to the whole world. It is changing our concept and possibly our future attitude. Our binding type, multilateral cooperation, has only existed in practice, but has not yet fully evolved institutionally, mainly because the states are stuck in the national sovereignty-based concept of international politics. The COVID-19 pandemic has reinforced the long-known global challenges and resurfaced the so-called Kindleberger syndrome, a crisis without leadership. The global governance institutions formats that are supposed to structure the effective leadership arrangements simply do not keep pace with the swift changes in global policy-making world. The world order, as we know it today, was established immediately after the Second World War and has evolved over time. It is founded on the notion of individual, equal, and sovereign state maintaining at their discretion international relationship. We refer to them as foreign affairs. However, the relations among nations have not developed proportionately for many reasons. And important reasons had been power asymmetry that existed and expanded gradually. So how do we find the balance between, on one side, sovereignty-based policy making and advanced multilateral cooperation in the post-COVID-19 period, on the other side? It's not easy. There are quite few things which I think that are important if we want to advance forward. The things we should advocate and practice in our post-COVID-19 multilateral worlds are to always consider the regional and the global when making nation foreign policy decisions. We must always be aware that our choices affect not only us, not only our country, our nation, but can have cross-border spillover effects. We need to consider fair share arrangements and collective endeavors when taking decisions. We must always have in mind our mutual dependence and our need to be able to rely on others in times of crisis. This COVID crisis showed that to us. To abide by any comply with international monitoring and evaluation, we must advocate for global transparency, accountability, and trust building. Without trust, all states and non-states cooperation makes no sense. Without trust, even relations in one country will go very difficultly ahead. In conclusion, I think that national policy-making sovereignty must be more compatible with multilateral cooperation developing in the post-COVID period. We just have to always consider special dimension of our actions. And we also need to consider the impact of our decisions and their temporary dimensions. Once we do that, our policies and institutional structures will simply follow. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. And I would just like Mr. Evanis Bartola, I hope I pronounce it well, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, yes, you did. Thank you very much for this invitation. There are three ways, at least, of being in the world. Geography condemns us to be next to each other, like that we have no choice, but then we're either against each other or together. It's very easy to be against each other. It's much more difficult and civilized to be together. And the issue is how much are we together and how much are we against each other. We are all facing the same storm, but definitely we are in different boats. Some of us are in boats where we are emerging stronger and richer. A lot of others have their boats crashing on the rocks of the pandemic and of the economic implications and the economic consequences of the pandemic. Last year, we have more than 5 million millionaires whose share of the global wealth increased from 35 to 46%. At the same time, we have 41 million facing starvation. And by next year, it is expected that 200 million will be unemployed. So we are definitely, yes, in the same storm, but on different boats. And where are our priorities? Last year, 9 countries spent more than $72 billion on modernizing their nuclear weapons. But we still have problems finding 50 billion for vaccinating the whole world. We have problems finding 2 billion to reach the targets for malaria in Africa, where thousands of babies and toddlers last year died because of malaria, and we had more deaths from malaria than from COVID. I'm focusing on this because the theme is world. It's not just the European Union. Sometimes we forget that the world is bigger than Europe. We are only 10% of the inhabitants on the world, on the planet, and we must talk about the 90% as well, because it affects us, not out of any altruism, but it is in our interest. As I was saying, we need 6 billion. The World Food Program has just told us that they need $6 billion to be able to feed those 41 million starving people, and will we find them? I understand that the Eastern neighborhood is very important for us, and we give a lot of importance to the Eastern neighborhood. But what about the Southern neighborhood? Babies being born today. We live in a world where Europe will have 500 million, mostly middle-aged and old. Africa will have 2.5 billion, mostly children and young people, looking for jobs, looking for life. And this is, it's not in a century's time, it's just 6 elections away, 30 years time. And unless we give more importance to what is happening in Africa, it's going to be very, very, very tough. As Josep said earlier on this morning, less than 3% have been vaccinated in Africa. The COVID there is raging, together with other infectious diseases. It's a big, big challenge. And we must change the way we think and the way we behave with Africa. We cannot keep a colonial mentality, even if we call it in a different manner. We cannot simply go on meeting these people and telling them what to do and thinking that we are superior to them and that they must follow what we tell them. Do we really mean it when we say we are ready to have an equal partnership with Africa? Because it doesn't make sense to tell African countries, stop the people from coming to Europe. But at the same time, the terms of trade make it difficult for them to create wealth and jobs in Africa itself. It's still easier to import a tomato from Africa than to import a canned tomato. I come back to the arms industry. Is the arms industry driving foreign policy, or is the arms industry at the service of foreign policy? I say this not in a rhetorical manner, because even during COVID, we had among the worst hit countries finding billions, probably borrowing them, to buy arms. They were among the worst hit, but then not having enough money for the healthcare system and for what they needed. And just one last observation, which perhaps will not be very popular if I say it, and I don't want to be misunderstood. I am very much in favor of human rights and democracy. We live in a world where democracy is in retreat. Even just looking at the report of Freedom House tells us that less than 20% are living in a framework of democracy and human rights. Let us be humble. We have even problems within those 20%. And if we are going to go on a crusade about human rights, let us not be self-righteous. Healing of democracy and human rights starts at home. I am worried, and honestly, I'm worried that we are turning human rights into an identity politics issue, where we select the sheep from the goats, from the superior to the inferior. I'm not sure that that is the best way to promote human rights in the world. I think we need to do it with humility. And like that, I think it will be more attractive to choose human rights than to go on weaponizing human rights. The last point I want to make, the world has never been a fairy tale where we all hug and love each other and live happily ever after. But we must keep in mind the words of the great Mandela, that we need to sit down with our enemies. There's no need to sit down with our friends and talk to our enemies. The only way to be together in a world apart is to sit down with our enemies, not to give up, and talk to them and work with them. At least if they won't become partners, they won't remain enemies, because most of the big issues that we face as a planet, if we are not going to face them together, we are going to tear each other apart. We're going to live in a world where if we do not reverse the climate emergency, less of our planet will be habitable, but there will be more people to live in a more restricted planet. And while we need to reverse climate emergency, let us make sure that if we manage to save the planet, let us make sure that at least there are human beings to live in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Bertol. And I would just like Mr. Ivan Korchuk, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. First, my gratitude goes to my friend and colleague Gordon, the Croatian Foreign Minister, and congratulations to you and the government of Croatia for organizing Dubrovnik Forum at this magnificent place. I'm impressed and amazed, and as I have said to my minister last night, I'm returning here in 3 weeks, hopefully sailing from Šibenik to Dubrovnik. But this is a wonderful place. Two, I wanted right at the outset fully subscribe to what my colleague, Maltese colleague, has said about human rights and the importance not to forget it amidst the challenge that is posed to us with this pandemic and kind of global responsibility that we have for our Earth, for the planet. Now, the title of this panel is very challenging, Unmasking Geopolitics in a Post-Pandemic World. But the first thing that we need to recognize is the reality of the world we are living in. I will not say anything surprising, but we have to see, as Joseph Borrell has said in his introductory remarks, a geopolitical and geo-economic shift from the Euro-Atlantic into Asia, Indo-Pacific, region. This is happening as we speak, and the question for all of us who are part of the European Union, for all those who see European Union as their future, how is Europe going to face it? I mean, this geopolitical shift. Number two, power struggle will continue to move from traditional domains towards technology. And again, how is Europe going to defend and sustain its place globally in view of these technological challenge? And having said that, these two aspects, I think, in some, or as a consequence, mean that the West, and by West I don't mean geography, by West I mean the community of values, we're part of it, is challenged by those who want to rewrite the international order which has secured the West after Second World War, after 1989, security and prosperity. We have to face this, that the West is globally under pressure. It's a quest for the attractivity of the model that West has represented for so many decades. Second, what does that mean for the country of that I represent, Slovakia, a 5.5 million country, this global world? First, the most frequently used word here this morning already is multilateralism. It's a buzzword, but for countries of my size, there's nothing better, because without that, we will have problem. If I exaggerate, I say it's a matter of survival, that international players or players in international community behave according to the rules. That's multilateralism. Second, pandemic has also shown, especially in our situation, that with the global dimension of it, what mattered in order to survive and come to terms with the first phase of pandemic was regional cooperation. I mean, we can talk endlessly about global dimension, global scale of this pandemic, but neighbor on my left, Anja Logar, he knows what cooperation in our neighborhood and regional cooperation has meant. And that was proven by the challenge that we had to, in the first day of pandemic, ensure that people can somehow move across the border, that we had to coordinate. So regional cooperation matters in this global context a lot. Another element that I feel very strongly was that, while again, global dimension, but still a nation state in a positive sense matters a lot, because many measures that we have taken collectively within European Union, many measures that we had to introduce in order to protect lives of our people, we had to take a national responsibility for that. Therefore, nobody else can communicate instead of national governments the need to limit basic freedoms of our citizens. And this was very important experience in this pandemic. And third point that I wanted to underscore, especially while this pandemic poses a challenge to our health system, it has also played into the narrative of those who claim that pandemic has demonstrated the weakness of liberal democracies. I vehemently oppose that being a believer of liberal democracy is a demonstration of weakness in this difficult situation. I'm absolutely certain that we will overcome that, and we will show very clearly that liberal democracies, which is rule of law, it's not the traditional narrative with which our societies are being fed, that liberal democracies have their future. And two, we have seen in this pandemic what devastating role has played disinformation and spread of fake news. It does have impact on our ability, for example, to encourage people and get vaccinated. In Slovakia, we have a huge problem at this moment, because we do not have sufficient amount of or number of citizens who are ready to be vaccinated. So disinformation and fake news and questioning the ability of us democracies, Western democracies, to deal with that has huge impact on health and lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will call Mr. Angelo Logar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to take the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation, and I would join all my predecessors in complimenting the organizers and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gordon. Well, I find the title extremely intriguing and very well positioning for the situation where we are. How the pandemic unmasks, in a way, the reality. If I might start with very symbolic proof of how this title is right suited for the situation. In 2017, you had this Dubrovnik Forum on a title, Adriatic and Mediterranean Cooperation. In 2018, there was strengthening resilience. In 2019, you were building bridges. And there was pandemic, and boom, world apart. So even in a symbolic title, it showed how the pandemic changed the perception of the world we have. And I must say I really enjoyed the introductory speech of Mr. Borrell, because it was so brutally realistic. It was so brutally shown that the situation, what we are facing now, is completely different as it was before. The crises are always a reset. But this reset is really a profound one, because it showed how, in a way, European Union was unprepared for the crisis that lies ahead. And there will be many crises in future. I mean, in the last 12 years, we had three main crises, and apparently they are more and more frequent. And in this situation is, if we will not go down to the bottom with a discussion among us, what this crisis showed and what are the real challenges ahead of us. So if we will mask, again, you know, the grassroots problem, in next crisis will be even more vulnerable. So what this crisis offers is a really sincere discussion on where we are and what we shall be afraid. For the time being, I'm sure we cannot still offer the recipe of how to come out of it, but at least we can be very honest in discussion where we are. And we shall be aware that now we are not anymore, and as well European Union is not anymore on autopilot. So we just sit and driving in the right direction. It becomes a gearbox where we shall manually change the gears, and as well it might go on reverse. So it's up to us. Shall we come stronger after this crisis or not? And all those questions we are putting forward and are realistic and sincere, and it demands from our fellow citizens a reaction. So we now know what's wrong. We know all the dilemmas that are ahead of us, and now it's on us. Shall we act or shall we just talk? And I mean, this is really the heavy task, because having in mind that if we will not react, all these gray or black scenarios that were talking before will come into force. And then it will be too late. Now it's not too late. Now we are just in time to act. But if we will not act, we will have a serious problem. And if I come back to the region, for example, what as well unmasked the pandemic. Look, only after pandemic, the strategic dimension of Western Balkans came back on the EU agenda. Before, it was very difficult to penetrate with the idea. Okay, we were all agreed, but let's discuss a bit later. But only when faced with this, that somebody else in entering into our courtyard, we saw what might happen. And I say that European engagement and action in the Western Balkans is the first test, litmus paper, are we able to face with the challenges that are ahead? And I think that some of politicians here in the room are very responsible for that, because they are now, and this is a result that can be achieved or tangibly approved or going further in, let's say, year or two to come, to start something. And I think this is the important that lies in front of us, and if we are successful in that, and if we stay really open and honest of discussion what is important for us, I think we are on a good way. So if Borrell was very pessimistic, I'm more optimistic if we can, in a relatively short time, achieve some milestones that we all agree upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Next speaker is Mr. Cornelio, State Secretary.
Thank you, Minister, for this invitation. It's a great privilege to be at this forum and also share the floor with such distinguished speakers. The problem is that after 5 distinguished speakers is to be able, to find something to say that would be of interest to our audience. I would like also to start with the title. This title carries an element of urgency, and because it could very well determine the shape of things to come. So the very title of this panel is in fact more than a mere hint that we are at crossroads. Strategic planning and foresight have become in this sense more relevant and necessary than ever in guiding our choices. We should not forget that the concept of multilateralism and also our values were experiencing a rough patch when the pandemic crisis unfolded in the winter 2020. I believe smaller countries such as mine experience this development even more. It was another alarming development because we can not afford any breakdown of the international system that was erected in the post-World War II period. So although multilateralism today isn't presented exactly with the same type of challenges as the ones led before us in 1945, it remains a preeminent toolbox required to tackle situations which today are in many ways more complex, more multidimensional, and more demanding than ever before. And in this context, COVID crisis has proved once more the efficacy of multilateralism. Simply put, a problem of this magnitude, transcending national borders, obviously cannot be solved at the level of the nation state. It requires concerted international action. The silver lining there, therefore, is this newly created opportunity to push for an improved and more efficient version of multilateral cooperation. It is up to us to grasp it. It would appear self-evident, in fact, that designing in a holistic manner the international community's response to such global health emergencies, beyond its crucial immediate ramifications, would be a tremendous endorsement of the intrinsic value of the multilateral model. It would also, in a way, validate by extension the virtues of the rules-based international order, while reaffirming that, which we know all too well from historical experience, that the great power competition is a lose-lose situation. Another obvious and extremely well-suited candidate as a common ground topic between us is, as it was mentioned before, the climate change. The onus here is not only for the US, Russia, and China, and the European Union to engage constructively on how to arrest the degradation that has come about as a result of inaction and harmful policies. Yes, their leadership is very much a prerequisite for success, but the stakes are too high for all of us, and we must all assume our share of the burden. Yet here we have again before us another challenge, where if we proceed as we should, with the required synergies at global level, a positive spillover effect into other policy areas could well materialize, warding off the specter of conflict and strife. A positive agenda, therefore, which can be advanced on the basis of common ground and collective interest does indeed exist. To utilize it effectively, what needs to be boosted is, on the one hand, mutual trust between us, but also in the international institutions and mechanisms to which we belong, and on the other, a sense of solidarity. This is upon us in the face of such glaring international and cross-border crises, such as a deadly global pandemic and climate change. A final word on digital and what is nowadays called disruptive technologies. Harnessing their latent power in the context of our international architecture is vital for the purposes of stability and security, but also for the safeguarding of the fundamental freedoms and human rights of our people. While at face value, such technologies have the potential to serve as a public good, we are already bearing witness to the flip side of the coin, whereby they are also exploited for sinister goals. The importance of international regulatory norms, therefore, cannot be stressed enough. And I take this opportunity to commend the High Representative for adding to the agenda of the Foreign Affairs Council the issue of the digital technologies and the European diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just now ask Mr. Tamas Varga to take the floor. State Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to greet all of you on behalf of my Minister, Peter Szijjártó, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Hungary, and also I'd like to thank to our Croatian friends for organizing this event. To me personally, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here, to be a speaker, to be present as a speaker on the 14th Annual International Conference on Dubrovnik Forum. And there is a double stress here. On one hand, there is a stress on Dubrovnik Forum, which is a renowned event in the world of forums and the conferences. The other stress, on the other hand, is on the phrase "to be present," because it is one of the first occasions when we are able to be present and to see each other face to face. And on behalf of my country, Hungary, I would like to share some of our government's key priorities in the field of combating the world pandemic, and what we have done, what we have been doing in the past 16, 17 months is, I think, is the key to understanding what we think, how we think, and what we think of the world, and that might lead us to the new world that is ahead of us. Since early 2020, early last year, the pandemic has rewritten and changed the nature of our relations, international relations that we have grown used to in the past decades. Personal meetings, conferences, multilateral meetings, bilateral meetings were substituted by VTC meetings, Zoom conferences. Office work was substituted by home office work, and we were forced to stay at home, to stay behind our doors, behind our borders, and introduce restrictions domestically and in cross-border movements as well. And suddenly we found ourselves in a world apart, as the slogan of this forum also suggests. The pandemic, the problem, the face is a global problem, and we believe that it can only push back by solidarity, as some of the speakers also stressed, that solidarity, global solidarity, and I think strong regional cooperation, regional solidarity as well. I can proudly say that we have been successful in protecting our citizens' lives against the spread of the virus, and we are proud we have reached the second highest vaccination rates in Europe. And our campaign is among the most successful ones by global standards as well, and we can say that nearly 50% of the population received their second jabs. And I think it became possible because we never viewed vaccination through a geopolitical lens. Beside Western sources, we procured vaccines from the East as well, and we thought that a vaccine is a vaccine, and if it helps, it can help everybody, and no matter where it comes from. So we were able to accelerate our campaign, and we were able, and we are able, I believe, to reopen our economy. And now we are capable of actively support other countries in their fight, and I think it is important to mention here that our V4 presidency started on July the 4th. We have two presidencies at the moment, the presidency of the Council of Europe and the presidency of V4. And our motto in V4 is Recharging Europe, which means that our group, the Visegrad Group, would like and is ready to take a leading role in the economic, social, and intellectual relaunch of Europe after the devastation of COVID-19. And our three slogans are investment, security, and enlargement. Investments are important, we think, and I'm also a member of parliament, a member of our Hungarian parliament, and represent the city of Székesfehérvár, which is excluding Budapest, is the second strongest, has the second strongest economy in Hungary, and we have made a calculation which shows us that over 10 billion forints worth of investments came during the 14 months of pandemic to my constituency, to my city only, thanks to our decision to support investors and help them to start new investments during the pandemic. Our only condition was to maintain their workforce, because if you have work, you have everything. We believe that that was of utmost priority for us. And solidarity, regional solidarity, I think we have taken our part, and we have supported the states of the Western Balkans, which is of utmost importance for us, and also the Eastern Partnership. And we so far donated 800,000 masks, more than 75,000 protective clothes, and so on, PCR tests, ventilators, monitors, and also in order to boost economic recovery of the region, we launched a national export protection program, which provides 33 Hungarian enterprises more than 70 million euro grant to realize investments in the Western Balkans in the near future. So we firmly believe that this crisis and the resulting economic backdrop we face can only be resolved by solidarity, mutual support, because we are, you're right, interdependent, and also we have to learn from each other and work together in a world, in a future that will lead us from the world apart part of the slogan towards the together part of the slogan, because as Minister Korczak said, that solidarity and and multilateralism is a survivor for our countries, for a country like ours. And now, together, we are now seeking to rebuild a world together from the reality of the world apart. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Varga. Mr. Nasser Kamal, microphone is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As the only Southern Mediterranean in this panel, well, let me say how much I'm so thrilled and happy to be back again in Dubrovnik for this very prestigious gathering. And thank you personally for inviting me, and congratulate Croatia for joining the Med7, which in my view has been long overdue, and Slovenia, which is also, in my view, is long overdue in terms of your Mediterranean identity. I mean, no country is more Mediterranean than Croatia and Slovenia in that matter. Vice President Borrell has eloquently described I would dare say, the geopolitics, not reality, but actually challenges of the post-pandemic world. And I will take it from a more regional perspective. And when I talk region, in my case, I'm more focusing on the Euro-Mediterranean as a region. Well, the pandemic and the post-pandemic realities are going to unmask a very stark reality, which are the inequalities existing within our society, but also between our countries. If we're talking about together in a world apart, and Borrell was talking about Europe being a world apart, and I fully agree with it, I'm not sure this world apart could survive unless it builds bridges and strong relation in a spirit of solidarity with its immediate neighborhood. And by its immediate neighborhood, I actually don't only mean the southern neighborhood, as my friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malta has mentioned, but also the eastern neighborhood. Those are your immediate neighborhood. When we look at the pandemic, at its impact on the world, but especially on the southern Mediterranean, we see that every single index of the Sustainable Development Goals, we have seen a reverse, the first time since 2015. Poverty has increased, unemployment has increased. We are calculating 7 to 9 million jobs lost, or actually hour of work lost, equivalent to 9 million jobs. We are seeing worrying trends in terms of rising extremism, nationalism, populism. We're seeing the situation of minority, because we're talking geopolitics, becoming more precarious. We're seeing misinformation, conspiracy theory on the rise. All those trends have been, I wouldn't say a direct cause, but have been exacerbated by the impact of the pandemic. So if Europe, and by Europe I mean the EU and its neighborhood, European neighborhood, before talking about the southern, is rebuilding, I don't think they could rebuild in the spirit of castle. They have to rebuild having in mind that their security, stability, even demography in terms of balance could not be protected unless they reach out to the east and to the south. And when I say south, I will dare go beyond even my immediate region, all the way to sub-Saharan Africa. If Europe wants to be a player on this global competition between the US and China, it could not do it if it has not built strong foundation of cooperation within its geopolitical sphere, and by that I mean the Mediterranean and Sub-Saharan Africa. If Europe wants to protect its model, its rule-based model, it could not do it without an outreach to this wider neighborhood that I focus on. My message is quite simple. You have built a model since the Second World War based on liberal democracy, market economy, rule-based systems. This pandemic has shown some of the vulnerabilities. The geopolitical reality of the overcrowding Josep Borrell was talking about in terms of competition between competing superpowers or with different model of socioeconomic development and political systems. If Europe wants to stand on its own foot in this overcrowded competition, in this multipolar system, it is in dire need of being in sync from a development perspective, from an economic perspective, with its neighborhood that stretches from the border of Russia all the way to Cape Town. It's a geopolitical reality. It's a demographic reality, because if we don't, we will not be able to manage migration. It's a climate emergency. It's the reality of climate emergency. If we do not speak about a European new Green Deal that is applicable to its neighborhood, I don't see how Europe could claim to achieve its goals of neutrality or zero emission by 2030 or 2050. Every single noble aspiration of Europe will only see the light if the wider region is in sync with those goals. In recovery, a green recovery, a recovery that where digital transformation will have its role to play, a recovery where solidarity is there, a recovery where free trade is encouraged, a recovery where vaccination is for all. I must end my intervention by saying vaccine diplomacy have shown so many weaknesses. When we saw other countries in the world using it for geopolitical gain, when Europe was lagging behind, and Josep gave the example, Josep Borrell, by talking about 10 million doses in a 1.5 billion human living in Africa. So what my very short message is that to have a Europe that we all hope for, Europe must reach out to its neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kamel. Mr. Thomas Shaw, will you take the floor, please?
Many thanks, Tiomir. Ministers, vice presidents, ambassadors, friends, colleagues, let me start by saying, while Dubrovnik is not my hometown, or not yet my hometown, I'm equally pleased, and Madam Vice President, to be here. And I wanted to thank Minister Gordon Grillett-Stratman, his team, for organizing this fantastic forum, for bringing us together on this very, very important topic. You asked me to speak about multilateralism and the role multilateralism can have in this game, in overcoming the pandemic in a post-pandemic world. Let me describe 5 avenues in this context. Avenue number 1, and Josep Borrell has spoken about it, is vaccination, vaccination, vaccination. We feel safe here in Dubrovnik without wearing masks, but we are not, as we speak. There's the crisis ongoing in Latin America, in Africa. Just as we speak, there's a terrible crisis ongoing in Indonesia, with the healthcare system in Indonesia on the brink, with children dying from the pandemic, high mortality of children of this new variant in Indonesia. Thailand, Vietnam have just announced yesterday new lockdowns. Malaysia is in the same situation. So we need to bring the vaccination closer to the emerging world, and this is, COVAX is a start, but we also need to think about bringing the vaccination production closer to the emerging world. And India is an example that this is possible. So this is something which requires a continued, coordinated European, multilateral, global effort, bringing the vaccination to the people. Second avenue I want to raise is international mobility. Both the OECD and the EU have developed international mobility schemes who allow us to come here to Dubrovnik, to travel safe and healthy. But this needs to be continued and further multilateralized so that we have a global system for international mobility, which then can be a key engine not only for diplomacy, but for trade, for investment, for tourism, the key drivers of our economies. This brings me to the third avenue I want to highlight where multilateral action is needed. This is economic coordination. We are projecting in our recent economic outlook that world GDP will grow by 5.8% this year, 4.4% next year. But we believe that there is a continued need for fiscal stimulus, a continued need for job retention programs, and there is a continued need to internationally coordinate on these measures in order to make them more effective, to talk about it in the EU, in the G20, in other fora, in the OECD, in other fora of international governments, like we did in the follow-up of the financial crisis in 2007, 2008, where the macroeconomic stimulus was coordinated across the globe. And this is an action we need, and we need to continue. Fourth avenue is we need to look in particular at the most vulnerable and at those most hit by the crisis. You mentioned here on the panel the role of women in the crisis, who were bearing much of the cost of the crisis, the role of youth. That's why we have developed in the OECD a youth action plan, and it's something we need to invest more time and more thinking in the youth in order to avoid that the lost year for this generation is translated into a lost generation. And this brings me to my last and fifth avenue I want to raise, and this is overcoming the crisis provides a huge opportunity to learn from each other how we can overcome the digital divide in our societies. How can we make sure that in every classroom, every pupil has such kind of a device? But not only about devices and about bringing the internet to the classrooms, but also about the curricula. How can we educate our teachers? How can we really update? And I see it in my three kids at home, because I became the math teacher of my kids in the last 15 months. So we need to kind of invest in this kind of technology, but also in the application in technologies in the schools in order to prepare the children for the future. So, and this is about multilateral learning from each other. Germany learning from Finland, Croatia learning from Estonia. This is something we at the OECD stand for, and we have been ready to offer the platform for it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Mr. Doris Pack, please.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you, Goran. And I am the only one who has no longer a position which is paid. I was 38 years parliamentarian and 25 years in the European Parliament. And in these 25 years, I was responsible for these countries named Western Balkan, but you can imagine Otto von Habsburg was not happy with his name, so in Southeast Europe. And we are in Southeast Europe here, and I think we should take in consideration that we are after pandemic, and I don't speak on pandemic because everything has said. I want only to speak on the European Union and their situation and the role of the European Union in the global world. And I think the EU should gain a leadership, we have heard it, in the international scene. But how to get it? We want to develop the rule-based international order which guarantees multilateralism, as we have heard a lot, democracy and human rights, not as a teacher, but as speaking with people, bringing them together, speaking with them, even with countries like Russia or China. We are not better than them. We had other chances to become as good as we are. Especially as a German, I can tell you, if we have learned after the Second World War, we were educated by those who won the war. What does it mean ever? But I think we are in a situation in the European Union that we should take in account seriously the neighborhood. The neighborhood of Southeast Europe, the neighborhood of Eastern Europe, and the neighborhood of Southeastern Europe. And we should not forget Africa. I think, as has been said, I have not to speak on this. I want to speak on the European Union. And I'm very happy that in May, it was pandemic last year, in May, in Zagreb, at least the Commission started, even together with the Council, to make a new step in a new look on policy in the EU vis-à-vis the so-called Western Balkans. I think it was a right step, because the political importance of this enlargement process was taken much more serious, but it is a little step. I think we'll come later on to a bigger step, because I think we have to see that the countries in this region, they need our help. They need our help. I am the president of the Robert Schuman Institute and president of the EPP Women. You can imagine, I am here, in the pandemic time I couldn't, but I was via video all the time. But I am here, I'm listening to the people. I'm listening to the youngsters and to the women, and they are suffering under really bad politics. And so I'm very happy having a lot of foreign ministers here and state secretaries, so that I was listening carefully. But you know, a lot of things are always said, but very few things are really done. And that makes me furious, because these people in the region, they are waiting for facts. And if you see the negotiations which have started with two countries, opening a chapter and closing a chapter, what does it mean? Nothing for the people, not any step forward. So I think we should really try to find another way to give the people the feeling that they are at least in the middle of the European Union and they are equal. It's our cultural heritage here. It is they are, as I said, in the middle of the Union, and we have a cultural and historical past, and we should work together. And at least I can tell you, if we see in which way, after 30 years at least, Greece had at least accepted North Macedonia, and now we have another country close to them, Bulgaria, which is making another chapter of. It's incredible. These are bilateral questions which should be solved and should not be solved on the back of the people. They are waiting to start the negotiations with the European Union. North Macedonia is waiting since 2005. Even Croatia was later. So I think you should really make a step forward. And therefore, I think as well you should keep in mind that Kosovo is the only country which doesn't have visa-free. How we can accept this? It is a shame that did everything what have been asked from them, but I think it is not done, and it is a question of the Council, not of the Commission, and not of the European Parliament to act here. So, and I have to say, so we lost so much trust and credibility in the Western Balkan countries, and hundreds of thousands of young people are leaving each year. In 2030, we will have a senior home in the region. I think if we cannot accept it, and if I listen to Dubravka, the demographic change and the situation of brain drain will make these countries really poorer than they are now. So please help to make the European Union acting better towards these countries. And I come back, I'm coming from a little country close to the French and the Luxembourg border. I'm German, I'm from Saarland. So I think we know very well what happened after the war. We started the Montanunion. We started the European Community, which was not European Union. It was based on economy, on a common economy and a market economy. Why we cannot open the market, the internal market, step by step for these countries? If the people in these countries, if the politicians in these countries have a target to get there, then they will make everything to get there, step by step. We cannot continue with these crazy negotiations, having thousands of chapters to open and to close for nothing. So I think it's my experience now from outside, but when I was inside, it was the same. And I think we should really appeal to the Council, because it is, once again, it is the Council who has to act. And sometimes the Council is acting, sometimes very nationally, not nationalistically, nationally, and I think we should really keep in mind that it is not what we have to do. And when we look to the stability and the peace and prosperity of the countries of this region, I think this, if they are really prosperous, this affects the EU, and the opposite is also clear. So, and if we are not working there, our reputation as a global player, a global actor, is nothing. China is laughing, Russia is laughing. They are there. They are trying to weaken us. And they do it day for day. And therefore, I think we are the biggest trading partner. Do you think the people doesn't know it? No. It is taken for granted, even by the politicians. That makes us furious to see that they are not really accepting this. And I have in mind, and I have to say it, I have in mind when Chinese gave some masks to Serbia, I remember, they have thrown a big Chinese flag, not one, millions of them. And even the president kissed the flag. Have you ever seen any European flag when I speak now symbolically? I think this is what we are not, how to say, we don't understand really to make enough, how to say, to make people understanding that we are there, that we are helping them, that we want to help them. Do good and speak on it. I have learned it. And I think we should do it as the European Union as well. And I think we should really come closer to, we should come away from this anonymous vote in certain fields of foreign policy. It should not be everywhere where we should do it, but there should be some parts where it should be ended, and I think this is high time, and we need therefore the Council. We do not need the Commission, we need the Council, and the Parliament is in favor, totally in favor, and I think you should try to do so. And I think I just want to just remind that the nations, they can do something also on behalf of, how to say, the relocation of things. We have learned that the dependence is incredible. We have learned that in the health system, we lacked a lot of things. Now we know that we have to produce the things at home, that we are really prepared for the next pandemic, so to say. But on the other hand, I would urge really very much also the Council that they implement swiftly the just new regulation which was passed in the Parliament to establish a mechanism for screening foreign investments in critical sectors. EU member states must be able to monitor and control the export of technologies, trade flows and sensitive investments to countries of concern, and the most of concern is China in this moment. And I think this is something which is in your hands. And at the end, I think, if we are not showing the world that in our neighborhood we can really get the result which we needed to bring the countries together, this is Europe, and we should help to do it as soon as possible. The pandemic urged us. So I think we will not be a global player. And there are others who were very happy if we cannot reach this. And thank you very much. I have understood that you are all the same opinion, and I hope you will, after having spoken, also do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I'll just ask you 2 questions for the Secretary of the Council of Europe. The pandemic is not over. And in the United States, they call it executive orders. Is that what is happening in Europe, in most of the countries in Europe? Parliament is kind of out of the game. What is Council of Europe able to do about it? Or do you think it's necessary to have that kind of so-called executive orders?
Yeah. I would just recall what I mentioned in my speech, that when the pandemic started, the immediate, what we saw immediately was the need to recall the standards and to recall what can be done and what shouldn't be done. And that whatever is done rightly so, because there was a real threat to the health and protection of health and life. There were three major principles. Everything which governments do should be proportional, necessary, and limited in time. And now we come to the third time. So it's a question at this point, certainly governments can descale their level of measures put to curtail certain rights. But we are not out of the pandemic. However, now and starting from now, the governments should think of that. That whatever they did, and rightly, with the aim of protecting life of the citizens, now needs to be reconsidered. And there was one of the speakers calling for change of gear. My, if I can say, analysis of the democratic situation in Europe at this moment is that the democracy is in distress. There was a trend of that kind before the pandemic, but the pandemic made it worse. And I don't think that it would be enough to change the gear. We should change the trend. So this is the call for governments to change the trend and to come back that where all the documents, and in the Council of Europe we have, starting with the European Convention on Human Rights and European Social Charter, altogether 223 different instruments in order to guarantee that. So there is a call to all member states, all 47 of them, to come back implementing standards, because the way how to remedy the situation of democracy in distress is simple and difficult at the same time, is implementing the standards that we already have.
Thank you. And unfortunately, last question, but we in Europe want to brag that we have a really good social system, that we have a really good health system, that we are living longer. And at the same time, we are having less children. We are depopulating Europe. And Ms. Schulz, Vice President, you are in charge of that. What is to be done?
Thank you for this question. You know what the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, told me the other day? You won't see the results of your work during your mandate, because demography is not easy. It's long-term vision always. So as I said, we live longer, healthier lives. It is true. And this is the reason why we have to think about how to, if I may say, reverse the trends. Although sometimes it's not politically correct to talk about birth rates, fertility rates, and so on. So we have, as the Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean said, we have to manage migrations first. Then we have to use artificial intelligence and robotics. This is very important. So technology is mentioned today many times. It is very important to follow the technology. And the third issue is how to put all our funding under one umbrella and make the living environment and living conditions better for our Europeans. This is what we are doing in the Commission. And the other day, we adopted a long-term vision for rural areas. Why I am mentioning this? Because during this pandemic, we saw that the virus spread less in rural areas than in big skyscrapers, big metropolitan areas. So there were some advantages of living in rural areas. But remote work, which was mentioned here, everything is fine, but broadband internet, we lack broadband internet in these villages. So what we are doing now, we are investing highly in broadband internet in rural areas in order to make possible to create new jobs. I don't know if you know the fact that 80% of European territory geographically is covered by rural areas, and only 130 million people live there, out of 440 now after Brits left. So it is very important to make these rural areas vibrant, dynamic, and attractive again. And this is what we are doing, and we are trying. But it's a long process, and we also need help of member states, because we can't do it alone. Commission is recommending. So someone told here that we don't implement what we are preaching, so we have to start, there is a saying, to walk the talk. So this is something which we have to do, and we are trying to do our best. When we talk about European way of life, I only want to refer, so we are not protecting it, but we are promoting European way of life. And Mr. Borrell was talking about this, everyone would like to come to Europe because our life is the best in the world. But we have to make the conditions possible, as I said, managing migrations, using technologies, but our democracy should not be left aside, because many people in these rural areas, especially we had polls on behalf of the Commission, many people feel left behind in these rural areas, and they don't want to take part anymore in democratic processes, in democratic institutions, because they feel left behind. The reason why we started this conference on the future of Europe is to come closer to our citizens, to come closer to people, to listen to their ideas, and to try to implement this. This is unprecedented, and I know that any democracy in the world hasn't started such an exercise, but we are courageous enough in Europe to start this, because we think that democracy underpins all our processes. So I can talk a lot about this, but thank you for this question. And we are trying to make our living better. And
it's not a question of money, if I may interrupt.
It's not
a question of money.
It's not a question of money. It's a question of. It is, you are right, but we need the member states, because demography is in the competence of member states, but of course we are here to help. So
don't avoid your responsibility.
I want.
Thank you so much, and I would like Mr. Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mr. Radman, to take the floor for closing. This closing argument. We are not here in the court.
So, my dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted to have you here. Congratulations for this excellent, fruitful discussion. Although there are 11, however, but it is not waste of time. And I'm so happy to, it's my first Dubrovnik Forum, although I am already 30 years in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But however, we recognize the importance of the Dubrovnik Forum. So my predecessor, Frano Matušić, who was also from Dubrovnik, and his team enormously here. Thank you, Frano, because had it not been you, and so we would not have this the Dubrovnik Forum, supported actually and strongly supported by our Prime Minister Ante Plenković. And Dubrovnik Forum is on. We really, and thank you also, Josep, that you are also accepting our invitation. I'm sure that you don't regret, like my colleagues already also here, and the others. Miro, you're also here. Thank you very much, because it's not only up to us, it's not up to you. And so the Everest asked rhetorically, together or against? Together. Everest, because you also mentioned, you answered actually, because we are on the same boat. However, we heard exceptionally interesting speaker who just offered us the relevant, not only information, but perspectives on the way forward for the world as we are, hopefully, near the end of the biggest public health crisis in century. I remember that our slogan was, I succeeded, Maria, that our slogan was a strong Europe in a world of challenges during our presidency. In 2019, no one expecting that the biggest challenge would be pandemic crisis, COVID-19. However, we adapted us. Pandemic crisis forced us to adapt to the new reality and to the methods, to new methods of communication, of cooperation, and however, and of course also setting standards for those who come after us. Strong European Union in the world of challenges, and we managed during Croatian presidency, but not only because of the Croatian presidency, because of the solidarity you mentioned, Dubravka. Had it not been the solidarity, it would not have been. We would not have overcome this very difficult time. Having in mind that, so we managed to organize a Dubrovnik Forum, so I think so we are optimistic, and I'm sure that so we will organize next year again Dubrovnik Forum, and such as a lot of forums, conferences here in Croatia, and I'll let you know during the lunch date when we are going to organize it. So, crises in general are historical accelerators, and the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, has caused a crisis in so many areas of our lives. Just to mention, it caused an enormous stress. So you mentioned older, you were just in a similar, in a just recognition of the. How was it actually? And how do we feel? How we felt it on our public health systems, but also on our societies as a whole, down to the individual level, on education, as you mentioned, economy, financial systems, poverty, governance, global transport. All of them experienced trauma. This all leads to difficulties in calculating and managing risk. And geopolitics is, at the end, just that, pursuing interest and managing risk within a global environment. Our tasks is normalizing the geopolitical context in the post-COVID-19 era is therefore centered on the strengthening of the multilateral system. We cannot act alone. We could, but without success. We just need to stick to together, only together. We should promote multilateral system. Thanks for the coming back the Biden administration, and it's really an end of the tunnel, the light on the tunnel, to have also the transatlantic cooperation again, to have our alliance and strong multilateral system, and of course the only rules-based world order as the most reliable tool for an effective global risk management. I also heard you, Doris, and so every one of you, it was a really excellent, and it's very nice to have you all here today. Of course, we need more time just to get more questions from you and more answers, and to have this exchange of information. Also, Bisera, thank you that so you came, and also my colleagues here and the ministers of the European Union, who came just a couple days ago, because Dubrovnik is really a magnificent city, and really beautiful. So as we yesterday evening so enjoyed together at the dinner, hosting by Prime Minister Andrej Plenković. Without the safety net of the rules-based world order, the efforts of individual states, no matter how wisely constructed and implemented, are in vain. Croatia experienced two devastating earthquakes last year, 22nd of March and 29th of December. How does one calculate costs and plan for reconstruction in a volatile environment for uncertainty global inflation pressure, and supply chain disruption. The margins of error are too big. Reconstruction after an earthquake is just a very clear example, but this problem is weighing on all of the global efforts. A rules-based world order gives a level of certainty and predictability, which are built upon trust and accountability. Our efforts should be focused on strengthening this system as the prime global policy objective. In this sense, the fundamental European values we stand for are more than a point of ethics or identity. They provide predictability and serve as a navigating tool in the face of rapid changes of global trends, as well as a safe harbor during geopolitical crisis. Finally, there is the role of technology, also as was mentioned here. Emerging technologies are disruptors of crisis as well. Used properly, technological innovation can help the world bridge some of the lasting concerns of humanity today. Science and innovation, it was also the part of our program during the Croatian EU presidency, are products of individuals and societies which are historically difficult to contain. And knowledge itself is the greatest accelerator of history. Just to remind you on today's special day, namely today when we celebrate the 165th anniversary of the birth of our great Nikola Tesla, thanks to whom the Croatian city Šibenik, is also on the coast, Šibenik, was the first one in the world illuminated by hydroelectric power as early as 1895. We cannot but remember how much we owe our scientists, inventors, and innovators for making our world a better place. Nikola Tesla. Although we cannot predict future knowledge, we can create an environment conducive for the transfer of innovation and the growth of knowledge. This brings us back to the rules-based world order as a facilitator of intellectual exchange, managing a crisis, making progress, achieving prosperity. The best results come to those who have taken their efforts together, bridging gaps and creating synergies. This is one of the reasons why Croatia is and has been such a strong supporter of the European project and wider transatlantic cooperation, but also a promoter of the enlargement towards Southeast Europe, Doris, Southeast Europe. If there is the Western Balkan, it's really neither politically nor geographically correct. If there is Western Balkan, where is the eastern part? Okay, Southeast Europe. I agree with you, but it is somehow already adapted to the political process. This crisis we are hopefully leaving behind us has put tremendous stress on our system, but way out can also bring a new level of cooperation between us, if we play it right, and of course, together. Thank you very much. Have a nice coffee break.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, all participants. I'm glad to hear that you are all on the same page. But what we common people expect is to see that in action. So please, thank you.
enlargement process and the Western Balkans. We welcome the regularity of the summit and the fact that Zagreb will be followed by Brdo. Brdo, EU, Western Balkans, Brdo, close to Kranj, EU Western Balkan Summit in October this year. The Zagreb Summit recognized that relations between the EU and the Western Balkans can and must go beyond negotiating process. Those relations deserve broader engagement on all levels, including highest political levels. There is no panacea for all the problems and challenges, but I firmly believe that the dialogue is the right path. It not only increases the trust, but also contributes to understanding of different perspectives. In our joint letter, my colleague and friend, Minister Nikos Dendias, and I recently sent to High Representative Josep Borrell, we propose strengthened political approach with the Western Balkans through specific initiatives such as regular EU Western Balkan summits, structured political dialogue with all Western Balkans partners, regular ministerial meetings, Western Balkans, and the Conference on the Future of Europe. Good neighborly relations and regional cooperation remain essential. It left unaddressed. These issues will continue to hold back the region. This year's 14th Annual International Conference Dubrovnik Forum, Post-Pandemic Geopolitics, Together in a World Apart, Together, as well as the upcoming panel, the International Community and the Western Balkans, How to End the Quarantine, should contribute to far better understanding and strengthening ties between the EU and the Western Balkans. For this reason, I am very glad that we have participants from EU member states as well as from non-EU member countries. I invite all participants of this panel to have an open and honest conversation which will contribute to more easily overcome obstacles towards a common goal, the joint future in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Since time is of the essence, I propose we will start with our discussion. I will now give the floor to Donika Grvala-Schwarz, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora.
Thank you very much. Dear Gordon, hvala lijepo for your invitation and for all the efforts to set up this event. Dear colleagues, before I begin with my remarks, I want to remind all of us on a very important date. Tomorrow will be the 11th of July. This very day marks the Srebrenica genocide in 1995 in all of our neighborhood. The Parliament of Kosovo has just passed a resolution to remember that genocide. While discussing about our future, we all have to keep in mind the dangers of the past. The quarantine can be multidimensional. I would like to pick out the political one. Leaving hopefully step by step the pandemic behind and having learned a lot of lessons in the last 1.5 years, let's talk about the EU and us, but mostly about what we need to become members of the EU. And when I say us, I mean the 6 countries in the Western Balkans. It should be valued. Despite all difficulties and setbacks, the EU has offered us the best it has, the perspective of membership in that most successful project in European history. For that, and even more for ourselves, we have to do our homework. We have to fully establish real rule of law, the perspective of real rule of law, including getting tough on corruption. We have to guarantee media freedom. We have to deliver real justice reform. We are not there yet, and there is no reason to blame the EU for our own faults. Nobody here should not betray ourselves by saying or thinking we could have access without having done our homework. Kosovo, our government and our people are not going to be trapped into division, cynicism and alternative concepts like, for example, the so-called mini-Schengen. Kosovo therefore warns against mini-Schengen and other alternatives to the European Union. Mini-Schengen is against the EU and the core principles of the most successful European project in history. Mini-Schengen is set to catapult us back into bad times, where one was trying to dominate the other. Let me be crystal clear. There is no mini-Schengen. It is fake. And it's a trap. It suggests something like the EU, which is not. Because the real Schengen is the exact opposite of what they call mini-Schengen. Because the real Schengen stood not at the beginning of the European single market. It was, on the contrary, a late result of tough reforms and of painful negotiations among EU members. Most of all, the EU members have built their common market and their Schengen in consensus, not against each other, not like Germany and France together against others. No. It was consensus and trust and respect for each other. Consensus and compromise are core principles of the EU. Most importantly, this is why the EU is such a successful peace project. All that after the First and Second World War and all its disaster. Because it's built on consensus, compromise, on trust, and on common values. This principle did not only save the EU countries from conflict, they will also save the Balkans from new conflicts. Mini-Schengen is the contrary of all that what we achieved so far in the region. It is destroying the principle of consensus. It is set to destroy the common regional market. It is set to destroy a fragile trust. It seeks two or three together, but at the cost and against the others. And some even applauded to that. But others immediately smelled the danger, because the tactic for profit will divide us, that will erase trust. It will send us back to the dangerous Balkan times, because it means going against each other instead of treating everyone equal. That will also endanger the concept of Western Balkan 6 as group, and it will damage our common approach to EU integration. The core message of mini-Schengen is, forget about the EU, let's do it our way. The EU is absolutely against a dominance of one or two against the others in the Balkans. That was dangerous in the past. It has brought instability, conflict, and even war. If the Balkans would fall back to economic division instead of cooperation, what will be the outcome then? We all should remind the EU skepticals that economic division and fighting each other economically contributed a lot to the pretext of the Balkan wars in the 90s. As Republic of Kosovo, we have made clear to everybody in Europe and elsewhere, Kosovo is sticking to the European principles. We are for real Schengen, for real Europe. Not for fake Schengen, we warn against division. What do we next need to do? We need to have an open debate about our frictions in the Balkans. We need to have an open discussion about a real Schengen, a real common market. The dangerous times in the Balkans are not over yet. The dangerous concept of mini-Schengen is a proof of that. We need to get back on track. We need to secure a prosperous and peaceful future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Let us now move to Madam Olta Jajka, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Madam Jajka, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Gordon, thank you dearly for your hospitality. Distinguished colleagues, I would like to start by thanking our guests for this excellent organization, but also for this opportunity to discuss amongst friends and partners the future of our region. These opportunities where we can exchange views openly and frankly are always very welcomed. So I'll try to be very frank in discussing the main subjects of the panel: the quarantine of the Western Balkans and their efforts to exit this quarantine by joining the EU. One of the main and most problematic aspects of the real quarantine that was caused by COVID-19 was its unpredictability. I think that was true for all of our countries. We could not give our citizens a date when the quarantine would end and had to keep prolonging it. That, understandably, caused a lot of tension and a lot of complaints. But in the case of the COVID-19 quarantine, we were dealing with an invisible and quite unpredictable enemy. So there was not much we could do about the quarantine. It was necessary to save human lives. Now, the figurative quarantine, that of the Western Balkans, is similar to the COVID-19 quarantine in the sense that it is unpredictable. We do not know when it will end, but unfortunately the similarities end there. What I mean by that is that there is no ultimate consideration about saving lives involved in the decision to extend this quarantine indefinitely. On the contrary, if you consider the fact that the Western Balkans are in fact an enclave within the European territory, the European Union's territory, if you consider the fact that due to its proximity, what happens within this enclave is bound to affect the European Union, and if you consider the fact that by keeping the Western Balkans as a quarantined enclave, it is basically leaving the region open for rival actors to extend their influence, this quarantine makes little sense in our understanding. What I mean is that this is a quarantine that is no longer prolonged based on rational or technical reasons, and its extension, we think, does not even benefit the EU at all. In fact, it is a very paradoxical situation because most EU member states agree with this analysis. And yet, we find ourselves, both Albania and North Macedonia, in a situation where the EU agrees that we've done everything that was required of us, where the EU and all its member states and institutions agree that the so-called quarantine should be lifted, but despite this, the quarantine cannot be lifted. Most of us here are politicians, and we all have to talk to our people and explain these things, or where things stand and what is happening with the important issues of national interest. So I ask you to put yourselves in our shoes for even a moment and try to think, how would you try to explain this situation to your people? Try to imagine, too, the damage that this will cause to EU reputation, its credibility, and what it's worse, the damage it will do to all those pro-European, pro-reform forces in our countries. The truth is that we deserved to get a date for our first IGC. It's only the beginning of negotiations from the June meeting of the councils. We were promised a date, but we did not get that date. We do not know when we will be able to get a date for the first IGC. Obviously, we are disappointed, but we are not surprised. We are not demotivated either. On the contrary, I feel that there is a shared motivation among all the countries in the region, not to resign ourselves to being quarantined, but to work together and, in a sense, ignore the quarantine as we move forward. This is also the message that was shared loud and clear in the Prespa Summit very recently by most countries in our region. And what that means is that we had the liberating realization, if I may put it that way, that we do not have to be a quarantine. Indeed, it is the EU that has placed itself in a sort of political quarantine where it is powerless to make decisions and it is powerless to keep its promises. Never before in our region's checkered relations with the EU integration process? Has there been such a situation in which the Western Balkans have been the more responsible and credible party at the table, at least in this one situation? It is paradoxical even when you think that one of the main pillars of the EU integration process was to eliminate the nationalism and identity-based divisions in the Western Balkans, from which it has suffered for so long, and now the integration process of our region is basically suspended because of the rise of nationalism in EU member states. But as I said, we should not be discouraged, and we are not discouraged. On the contrary, we're motivated, and I'm confident that there is among our countries a rising awareness that while the EU takes its time to decide on its approach towards us, we ourselves, the countries of the Western Balkans, all the countries in the Western Balkans, have to carry on with the work we have been doing, because we now know, as we have become a bit more mature, more pragmatic, more constructive, to realize that we have all to gain by working together in order to advance our shared interests. And the good news is that more than ever before, we can agree on an agenda of shared interests. We all agree that advancing the connectivity agenda on transport, energy, digital, economic and human dimension is to the benefit of us all. Working on youth policy, on innovation, on research, education and culture are to our benefit. We agree that we need the economic integration of our markets in order to boost growth, jobs and prosperity, and that we have to work towards the common regional market action plan and the EU economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, as well as the green agenda for the Western Balkans, not simply because this will accelerate the phasing in of our economies into the European Union, but first and foremost because these steps will boost our economies in any case. So to get back to the metaphor of the quarantine for the Western Balkans, I think a more correct way of putting it would be that we are working from home. We have been working within our countries and within our region with a clear objective of building Europe within and inside our shared space. And I think, too, that as we all discuss the future of the European Union integration of the Western Balkans, we should all remember the prescient conclusion of the Amato Commission, the International Commission for the Balkans, that the cost of isolation of our region will be far higher than the cost of its integration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to Mr. Jakub Kulhanek, the Foreign Minister. Please, you have the floor.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. Well, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's truly delightful to be here in beautiful Dubrovnik, and first and foremost, let me thank the organizers for putting together this excellent conference, and the fact that we are meeting in person makes it even better. My thanks go to Gordon in particular for you know, making this possible. Thank you so very much. I think a wonderful job indeed. I would perhaps start by contradicting the title of this panel, and I'm mindful it might sound a bit provocative, but I'd say that Western Balkan countries are not in isolation or in the quarantine, but yet they are nevertheless consumed by internal and deeply seated sensitive issues. Since the 1990s, we have been reminded time and time again that Europe cannot be stable and secure in the long run without the Western Balkans. And not much has changed. Today, when we talk about the EU's strategic autonomy, both in security and economic terms, neither is quite possible without the Western Balkans fully embedded in the EU. The EU enlargement, or as I prefer to call it, the European reunification, should be a win-win strategy. It is the best way how to achieve long-lasting peace and stability in the Western Balkans, but also it's a way how to achieve long-term stability and prosperity in the whole of Europe. So where are we now with this enlargement process? Well, despite some undeniable achievements, we also have to note little progress in a number of fields. And I fully subscribe to the quote of the European Parliament President, David Sassoli, who said, and quote unquote, "Your frustration is our frustration." And I mean, indeed, it takes two to tango. Countries of the Western Balkans need to strengthen the rule of law, fight corruption and organized crime, and address some strong inflammatory rhetoric against ethnic minorities and neighbors. And they need to prove in practice that they are ready to overcome the past grievances and embrace tolerance and cooperation. Well, by the same token, we as the EU also have our homework. And I'd like to put this in quite clear terms. Let me just stress this. The EU must stand by its commitments. I mean, above all, we're not here to sort of patronize Western Balkan countries and tell you what to do. I mean, implementing the acquis is a common challenge. And I remember the reform times before the Czech Republic's accession in 2004. And I dare say that we had not been implementing reforms only because of the EU, because the EU asked us to do so, but because back then there had been a growing realization that our reform efforts would pay off, and they would benefit first and foremost our country. But I'd like to see all the Western Balkans and EU countries looking to the future, not to the past. I mean, bilateral historical disputes must not block the accession process. I mean, our history in Central Europe was quite troublesome, but we have all managed to overcome it and enjoy the benefits within the EU. I mean, this is why we offer our experience with the reconciliation and regional cooperation to the Western Balkan partners. I mean, a good case in point is recently we managed to publish this book on Czech and Austrian history. And it was not an easy task because we gathered a bunch of Czech and Austrian historians, and for like 10 years they had a really tough time sorting out their differences. But after 2 years, they managed to publish this book and resolve many historical contentious chapters in our common history, and they arrived at some sort of common understanding of our history. And again, I mean, that's not was not easy by any stretch of imagination. And I mean, it shows that even the most difficult points can be overcome with a vision and a common will. I mean, I also take this opportunity to praise the Western Balkans for adapting some of the best practices of the Visegrad Group, including the establishment of the Western Balkans Fund, modeled on the International Visegrad Fund. The EU integration of the Western Balkans has been a top priority for the Czech Republic for many years. And our commitment will continue. And will be, it's going to be one of our top priorities during our upcoming EU presidency. We will strongly support the EU enlargement process, and we also intend, I mean, next year, when we'll be holding the rotating EU presidency, we also want to organize an EU Western Balkans summit. And hopefully this will also serve as an important momentum to get the ball rolling. And look, I know it's difficult, and as the previous speakers, they have so vividly demonstrated the frustration, and I say you have every right to be frustrated. But at the same time, we all recognize that this is going to be there's a long journey ahead of us. But we need to get this process unstuck, and for that reason, it is important, to put aside our differences and focus on what's important here, to offer some clear vision to the Western Balkans countries, and that is of the common, the common future in the unified Europe. And I wish, because as they say, if there is a will, there is a way, that we will be able to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Your Excellency, Mr. Dendias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Gordon, thank you for organizing this. It's a great pleasure to be here in this magnificent place. And I have to say, coming from Corfu, I feel very much at home. Well, dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I be allowed to state what is the obvious, that the region of the Western Balkans belongs to a European family, and that the enlargement and neighborhood policies constitute distinct building blocks of the geopolitical European Union. That is how the Commission proclaimed the European Union. And of course, they're crucial to European Union's influence and credibility. The advanced and necessary reforms in the countries concerned, as a core objective of the European Union's engagement with the Western Balkans is to help them meet all the requirements of full membership, supporting the fundamental democratic principles, rule of law, economic reforms, alignment with the core European values. We believe that this, in turn, will accelerate economic growth and will accelerate social convergence. I have to say that we have to underline that we need a more effective strategic communication. This is instrumental, and it is critical to raise awareness in the region of the opportunities that closer integration and reforms entail, as well as being important to tackle malign third country influence. And this requires efforts by the Western Balkan countries themselves. The accession process will support the transformation of the Western Balkans into functioning market economies, able to integrate fully, create jobs, business opportunities, promote the rule of law, stop the brain drain. It will not be fair at all, although I completely understand the grievances, to start a blame game between the Western Balkan countries and the European Union regarding the process and rate of reforms. It is obvious that what is called enlargement fatigue is spreading in the Western Balkan countries. I have to say the COVID-19 situation didn't help at all. And also, as in all accession processes, a degree of disappointment of our Western Balkan partners should have been expected. North Macedonia and Albania have finally achieved the opening of accession negotiations, and we look very much forward to holding the first intergovernmental conference with both North Macedonia and Albania as soon as possible, of course according to the set conditionalities. And as far as Montenegro and Serbia are concerned, their willingness to abide by the new enlargement methodology is positively noted. The economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans is a plan for the long-term development of the region, based on the pillars of green and digital transition, but also through the promotion of regional integration. And I'm happy to hear that from the 1st of July, roaming among the Western Balkan countries is free. It's an important step. Greece stands ready to continue assisting our Western Balkan partners. However, this support would have been incomplete if sustainable, comprehensive measures for the region had not been planned. Since the Thessaloniki summit in 2003, Greece has been actively engaged and played a role, if I may say also a central role, in the European integration of our Western Balkan neighbors and friends. It remains more than ever a geostrategic investment for a stable, strong and united Europe. We're determined to work hand in hand with the Slovenian presidency towards achieving our common goals. Finally, let us today from the Dubrovnik Forum send a solid and unanimous message that our common objective is a peaceful, strong, stable, united Europe through the integration of the Western Balkan regions in the European Union. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister George Radulovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs, we are ready for your intervention, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you, Gordon, for gathering us here in this beautiful city of Dubrovnik, which was worldwide known after its diplomacy. So it's basically the right place to talk about diplomacy, because Dubrovnik managed against all odds back then at the time to preserve its independence. So likewise, at the very beginning, I would like to underline how glad I am to be a part of the 14th Forum in Dubrovnik, and for a given chance to share with you, dear friends and colleagues, Montenegro's views with distinguished interlocutors who are prominent members of the European Union, of the European political scene. Montenegro, as a Western Balkan country and member of NATO, of course, remains consistent with its main principles, namely peace and stability in the region, and with its main foreign policy priority, joining the EU. Bearing in mind the current crisis caused by COVID-19, Montenegro is aware that in fulfilling everything planned and in overcoming the crisis, mutual support and assistance of the Western Balkans and EU countries is needed. And what is key to success? Solidarity, cohesion, and mutual understanding. This is a formula for our success, and I believe that we have taken the right steps in the direction since the beginning of the pandemic. On that line, I would like to thank all of the countries that have shown solidarity and for provided assistance in difficult times without specifying figures, because any help is always welcome and the intention is what has the greatest values. But likewise, the period behind us slowed down all political and economic dynamics, leaving maybe room for growing ambivalence that can have detrimental effects if a timely response is lacking. Therefore, we need to react decisively and to continue through reforms, starting with steps already taken and the goals achieved, which will serve as a stepping stone for further progress. The role of the EU and international community as well in the reform process of the Western Balkans countries is undoubtedly of a great importance. These Commission's progress reports should not be seen as reprimands or criticism, but as guidelines for the ultimate goal of joining the EU. But let's be frank and let's say that obstacles in the reform process can be found in the part of the increasingly difficult accession to the EU, namely increasingly demanding obligations imposed on candidate countries. The reason for this is, among other things, the accelerated development of the world economic and political situation. The Western Balkans is an important link in the European story, and without Western Balkan, the EU is a puzzle with a missing piece. The importance of this region is also recognized in the EU Economic and Investment Plan, which states that this region is an important market for the EU with a capable workforce and companies ready to invest. In this context, 9 billion euros envisaged by this plan represent a significant investment package which will, I have no doubt, be a springboard for the Western Balkans countries. We find this plan, as well as the Green Agenda, very encouraging. It will greatly support our development and development of the entire region in the long term. Crucial policies such as the green economy, digitalization, connectivity, innovations, and economic recovery are our priorities. After the priorities have been set, we see much more room for more dynamic role under these platforms using the IPA 3 opportunities. Implementation should start at the same pace with the same desire of all countries in order to realize one big project that will, beyond any doubt, behoove us all. Finally, given the fact that today's topic is related to the EU's attitude towards the Western Balkans countries during the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to thank, without any kind of further ado, on behalf of the government of Montenegro, for all the help being provided previously and for all of that is about to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now it's time to hear the introduction from Minister Bujan Osmani, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please, Minister.
Thank you so much. As Jakub, also I was intrigued with the title of this panel, The Quarantine. You know, the word comes from 40, so I thought if there is a hidden message that there should be 40 years to wait to join EU, although 30 have already passed, so we can count down 10 more. But I'd like to thank Gordon for gathering us today. It's just 1 week after our meeting in Ohrid, where we established our edition of Prespa Forum for Dialogue, a platform through which we wanted to share the unique and authentic story of North Macedonia in re-establishing the basic principles of European Union in the region, and that is accepting and integrating internal diversity and reconciliation and good neighborliness that we achieved through the 3 agreements, and that is the Ohrid Framework Agreement, the Prespa Agreement, and the Friendship Treaty with Bulgaria. And in that platform, the region spoke in unison, sending the message that EU, there is no alternative to the integration of the region. There is simply geographically, economically, historically, culturally impossible to have alternative from full membership of the region into EU, that this process of completion of EU is not merely a technical or merely a political process, but rather a strategic investment in secure, stable, and prosperous Europe, where the both sides should abide to the commitment, commitment in the process. And the third, that the region asked to be part of the debate future of Europe. And why I think is important the conference Future of Europe, because I think will help us to do the strategic shift in the narrative, how EU perceives the integration of the Western Balkans in EU and how the region perceives it. At the moment when I believe when an EU citizen or EU politician hears about integration, what he hears actually is 6 countries that quarrel over everything, that cannot agree on anything, wants to join EU with 6 commissioners with the right to veto our policies, and this will severely compromise the functionality of the EU. I think this is what the EU hears at the moment. And we need to do this strategic shift in the narrative, that at the moment it's not about membership, it's about engaging the region in order the two processes of deepening of Europe and preparation of the region to join EU goes hand by hand. So the two parts in the process are hooked and do not develop into two different and diverged directions due to pulling and dragging forces that, of course, would like to influence how this region develops. And therefore, I think that we need to bring, why this shift is important, in order to bring credibility into the process. At the moment, we are in a relation that someone assess it as the region pretending to do the reforms to join EU and EU pretending to be willing to accept the countries in the region. And this is not an honest relation. There's no credibility in the process, and credibility is the must. If we do not re-establish this link of credibility, I think the current team process will take too long. And I think that that credibility will be based on these principles, that there is no alternative to full integration of Western Balkans in EU. It's simply impossible. Second, we do not prejudice in what kind of EU the region will join, because the future of Europe debate will decide. And I will be honest, our citizens, it's not in the paramount priority of our citizens to have commissioners or to have a veto right. Our citizens want access to the market, want access to the 4 freedoms, access to sustainable developments, phasing into different sectoral policy of EU, access to structural funds. And I think this is the narrative that we should establish, that the region needs to reestablish the circulation with the EU, to have access into the policies of EU, and during this process of joint development, sort of complementary development of EU and the Western Balkans, we will meet at some point when both sides will be ready. The credibility is important because it's mismatching in the case of North Macedonia. North Macedonia is the longest waiting country in this process. It has started this journey in 2001, 20 years ago, few months before Croatia. To put it in a context, Croatia marks 8 years of its membership this year. We haven't started accession talks. Candidate country from 2005, from 2009, the Commission started to recommend the Council that we are ready to start accession talks. There were 11 recommendations that were blocked in the Council. We went through the name change. We went through the agreement with Bulgaria, implementation of the Ohrid Framework Agreement, which provided the authentic functional multi-ethnic democracy, which is a unique case in the region, showing that functional democracy, multi-ethnic democracies can work in Western Balkans, and we should pursue that goal, and we are still not there. So it's important that we talk honestly about what are our expectations from this process. We bring predictability and the credibility in the process, and then we move on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. It is my pleasure now to announce Mr. Željan Azovko, the member of the European Parliament. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister Radman, for inviting me to this excellent forum and to share the floor with all of you and to hear all these interesting speeches. Usually I'm in an AFET committee, Foreign Affairs Committee, and we are listening to each other from the other side and often criticizing High Representative for something that could or should be done, but really seeing how the things and the different opinions and the desires are presented for us is much easier than to understand High Representative. And I would like to congratulate congratulate you for this morning's speech, as you really reflected the situation, how it is, the state of play, and what in the future it will be. I'm also IPA co-rapporteur, and I'm happy to say that these 40 billion euros that will help save Western Balkan from third actors, we have finally finalized the deal together with the Council and the Commission, and hopefully in September this should be voted, and it was voted in an AFET session, and it should be voted in a plenary session. So this money will be operated for the transformative process of the Western Balkan, and to get out of this quarantine. I'm going to tell you the personal story, how I see the coming out of this quarantine, as I was during the COVID, passing this COVID pandemic in Split, where I live. My family, my mother was on the other side of the border in Mostar, as I'm originally from Mostar. It was tragic to see that vaccines and that all these products that we are happy to finance the research and innovation, and it was the final discovery was done by Turkish migrant, and that's also some tragic story, and what we are going to see in the future, like Nikola Tesla's day. Nikola Tesla went to America to become a player. And he was born in Croatia. So what happened? This vaccine was not available neither to Bosnia and Herzegovina and to Western Balkan. They were being left behind because European Union did not want to include them into the first purchasing agreement. And what happened? We had China, we had Russia, we had Putin, we had all these actors, even Erdogan, playing a big guy here. And nowhere is a better opportunity to see what is the real stake of strategic autonomy for European Union than here in Dubrovnik. I mean, luckily, we are having Pelješac Bridge being concretized and built, hopefully next year, that will connect Croatian territory. But this territory was isolated during the war, and these people have suffered greatly, and we often forget that this beauty was exposed to the bombardment, was exposed and was left alone without anyone during the fall of former Yugoslavia. So when we are talking on the future, when we are talking about how to transform, we have to take into account also the personal stories of the peoples, of the cities, and how to rebuild this future. And we have to face the reality. I was waiting for President Rakovsky at the airport in Mostar when he crashed in this terrible accident. And this Ohrid agreement was a basis of a peace in North Macedonia, as it is today. This fine balance. We are having this Serbian-Kosovo dialogue being at stake and being a real issue, like electoral law issue in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And that's also a fine balance how these countries will find their third way in between the extremes. Because fall of Yugoslavia was not so many years ago, but no one has learned the lessons. And why we are still having these countries in quarantine? Because international community has not really learned the lessons. Where did we go wrong in this process in the last 30 years? So what we are having at stake in certain countries, I mean, I lived in Spain, and High Representative well knows how Spain finds its balance, because you can never abolish Catalan identity, but you can find a fine balance between the identities in Spain, like in Italy, where I was also a diplomat, where they found the balance with the South Tyrol issue. So in Western Balkan, first we have to deal with unresolved issues, and then we can fully implement this transformative process with the money that we agreed. Otherwise, this will be only pouring all these 14 billion euros into building roads by which the human capacity will be lost forever. Thank you very much, and I hope that my assessment was not as shocking, but as usually I am, and I have this privilege to be a politician, not a diplomat anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we'll move to Mr. Miroslav Lajčák, the EU Special Representative. Mr. Lajčák, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to be back in Dubrovnik. As someone who has been coming here to Dubrovnik Forum since 2008, I'm glad that we are back on track, and this has always been a very good platform to discuss EU-Western Balkan relations, as we are doing right now. And I also have to say that I've been at several panels, also with some of today's panelists in the last weeks, discussing exactly the EU-Western Balkan relationship, which for me is a good sign, confirming the increased interest of the European Union towards this region, which has not been necessarily the case most recently. Let me start with reminding ourselves of some basic facts. First of all, the Western Balkans are surrounded by the European Union member states, and this is not going to change. And since this is not going to change, then European Union will continue being very engaged in the region. We are engaged because it is in our interest to have an immediate neighborhood that shares our norms and our values. And we are doing this, of course, in many different ways. One way to do so is to offer a huge amount of financial and structural support. That means to prepare the region for membership, but also to support its economic and social development. The European Union's solidarity towards the region and the citizens of the region is and continues to be unmatched. Sometimes it looks invisible, but it's probably our problem. But the fact is that no other offer is close to what the European Union is offering. European Union is by far the biggest investor, biggest donor, biggest trade partner of the region. And for example, last year, 68% of region's trade was with the European Union, 60% of investments came from the European Union. Economic and investment plan was already mentioned here. The Commission put forward 9 billion of grant fundings in the areas which match EU's priorities. That means we are preparing the Western Balkans in similarity with what we are doing for our member states. Connectivity of transport, energy, digital, green transition. And this is complemented by a guarantee facility that can raise investment up to 20 billion euro. European Union's message is very clear. The EU is offering best possible conditions for major investments, and this serves two purposes. One, to boost the economic recovery of our partners, and the second, to make sure that they do not end up in a trap of unfavorable loans from third countries. And I think Minister Radulovic can say something about this. And of course, in parallel, we are supporting the region in removing internal barriers for business within the Western Balkan region. And here, again, I want to mention the common regional market, which is, again, based on EU rules and standards. And it has an enormous potential. And of course, this brings me to a logical question, namely, how come this huge presence, huge attention, huge assistance has not translated into membership of the region in the European Union, or at least a substantively greater progress? Because it's a sad fact that since Thessaloniki summit in 2003, only one country of the region has joined the European Union, our host country, and out of remaining 6, 4 have not even started accession negotiations, and that's certainly not what was envisaged back in Thessaloniki. So I can offer you my honest answer to this. Namely, of course, we have been faced with many challenges. Over the last 10 years, let me remind you, we have been dealing with the financial crisis, with the migration crisis, Brexit, Donald Trump years, currently pandemics. We have, of course, the geopolitical competition between the United States and China. All these required huge level of European Union's resilience, unity, and functionality. These were the priorities we did not choose for ourselves, but we had to deal with those. And therefore, the enlargement is still there, the commitment is still there, the responsibility is still there, but the passion or the enthusiasm is not. How can we change that? Again, my best advice for the region would be, you need to continue being active and present. You need to make your voice heard. You need to reaffirm your commitment to the European Union and pro-EU policies. Of course, you should align yourself 100% with the European Union common foreign and security policies. If possible, do not join any alliances when you are declaring that your priority is to join the European Union. You, of course, continue with the reforms, because after all, you are doing these reforms for yourself, for your citizens, and they are good regardless of when are you going to join the European Union. You must show that you are reliable partners, because, and you cannot blame European leaders for facing a dilemma when on the one hand you have geopolitics that says very clearly that we need to integrate the region as soon as possible. On the other hand is the question, is their integration going to increase, improve our functionality or not? And you need to give the answer, the positive answer to this question. So yes, there is more skepticism, yes, there is more scrutiny, but the best way to how to alleviate the concerns in the European Union is to deliver on reforms and of course to show results and to show that you share the values 100%. And I'm optimistic that this increased attention will bring to increased action, and in the end, as we are getting out of the COVID quarantine, we will also get out of the enlargement quarantine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's time to move to Mr. Christian Schmidt, the member of the German Bundestag and High Representative Designate for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Schmidt, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gordon, for this very impressive and helpful, especially for me now in starting in a new position, information on this conference here. I appreciated very much the geostrategic relation High Representative Borrell gave us this morning, as we got the understanding that this is not about the 6 Western Balkan states, but it is about understanding that this is a part of Europe, and we have to try to see that there's the potential area of commitment, cooperation, but as well of influx from other sides is on stake, and that we have to come back on track, come back after the pandemic, and check whether we could make things easier. A German looks first about what has Konrad Adenauer said. And I would like to share with you some comment Adenauer gave when he was asked whether he would see things too easy. He said, "I think that's a great praise, because in fact, you have to see things so deeply that they are simple. If you just stay on the surface of things, they are not easy. But when you look in depth, you see the real, and that's always easy. Im Grunde sind die Dinge ganz einfach." Okay, it's not easy to transfer this to the Western Balkans, but I think some key issues are indeed easy. The first is, and has been named and explained from some contributors to this panel, that there needs to be an understanding of internal cooperation and the mood of going together. This will bring us, Europeans, to the answering the question whether this is a step-by-step approach or the Big Bang, all 6 together. I remember very well the times when we had the discussion of enlargement of European Union, and we had the similar discussion. Remember Viktor Orban just saying, how many years am I 5 years away from membership in European Union? So I think it's a Big Bang necessary, or second, well, bang, however you want it. And this needs first that the obstacles among the countries are faced down. So there can be and will be an assistance. We have heard the huge amounts of money. It's not only about money, but it's about civilian society, and we have to see that the most complicated, not easy situations are in the countries where the ethnic composition is challenging. Challenging as we do not just have the sheer majority-minority issue. We know this from a lot of European countries, and we have dealt with them reasonably well. Sometimes there is an uprising occurring, new challenges, but basically we are able to manage this. If we look to Bosnia-Herzegovina, we see that this is not about minority, majority. This is about three constituent people and the others, where probably today, if we had a look on Dayton, we would have some ideas to draw some articles, draft them in another way or have other options, but it is as it is. And very simply is as well that those who have the fantasy that it would be good to change borders, the fantasy to create new states, I would say it's over. The time we have to commit us on stability and deal with the people like they are. We have not, in heaven, we can invent new mentalities, but we have to deal with it. So the simple issue is for the Europeans, and they're following it, that they have an interest in keeping these 6 countries together. And I'm sure there's issues which have been discussed, and it's complicated to explain why a European Union member country now, after another country renaming its name, just saying, okay, now we have new ideas, this will not be bearing for the future for the next time. My question is whether we should have intermediate levels of more integration. Among them, I've got very much the criticism about mini Schengen. A larger Schengen could be another idea, but it needs all 6 together in economic means and others. But as we have, if we have a situation that we stick to our commitment in Europe of integration and all checks, all chapters, including the new way we're dealing with it. It will take, to be honest, Doris Pack would be more outspoken as I am now, probably, that I heard you recently in Brussels. This will take a long time. And the question is not, are we politicians here, we know all how complicated? No, easy for the people. They want to know, do I have an advantage? Have I safe haven or not? And so I think we have to deal with making it provable. And this starts with vaccine and with COVAX. I agree absolutely that there is a comparative advantage being a member or in the European, let me say, integration. This is the first, and the second is that the experiences of Dayton should be used, and this will be one of my tasks to transform and translate them to the belongings and requirements of European integration. But these are executive possibilities, and I think we have to understand that in a kind of toolbox, we should put them together and try to come to a joint understanding in the country of ownership. There, for example, there are the issues of rule of law. We had the Pribe report from European Union, a very intense and outspoken report. So far we have to check, and I suppose we have not, when we check we will see, we have not yet fulfilled and seeing fulfilled everything. So we have to work on this with all means, and we have to work on the youth, the younger generation. If we have a generation, and the Czech minister referred to it somehow, and if I may take the example, you cannot compare examples in history. But his country and my country, we have had in the 20th century very bad years. German occupation, all the times in the 30s. and in the 40s, then Otsun, and feeling that the people cannot cope with each other. And today we stated 30 years after, with a lot of work on the civil society and in education, it is going better. Reconciliation is on stake. This is the way. And if we would not look on the younger generation, probably this fits not only for Bosnia-Herzegovina, but as well in other potential conflicts in the region, we would fail. And I think if we do, there must be a possibility of intermediate phases to say, okay, there we are, we have success, not just fulfilling every requirements of EU membership, but we do. And last, don't forget the Americans. They have done a lot to the Western Balkans in critical times. Honestly, sometimes a little bit more than Europeans. They needed a longer time to understand what has to be done. And so I'm very happy to see that now US administration, and you referred to it, Gordon, now in the, should I say, post-Trump area, hopefully the post-Trump area and not a pre-Trump area, that we have a basis of joint values, but of joint commitment on political level to somehow to safeguard the stability and the development of the region. This should be put on the agenda. Somebody said to me, if I said we have to put Bosnia-Herzegovina very on top of the agenda. He said, be aware. If Bosnia-Herzegovina is on top of the agenda, this is about crisis, and this is about news which we do not want to have. I understand, that's right. But we have to put it on the political agenda, which it has been lost momentum in the recent years. Now it's the way to bring it back again. And if we'll contribute, I think there's a good opportunity to have success in the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schmidt. And now we'll move to Mr. Josip Brkić, Deputy Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please, Mr. Brkić.
Thank you very much, and gratitude for the excellent organization here in Dubrovnik, to you, Gordon, and all of your staff from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Equally, I'm also extending our appreciation for, once again, putting the light on the political structural dialogue between the European Union and the Western Balkans during the Croatian presidency last year. Unfortunately, it was on the web format, but what is really cheersome that during the Slovenian presidency in October this year, we could have a chance to once again sit together and have this structured dialogue. Because for us from the Western Balkans or Southeast Europe, of course, countries who are not even still the candidate country, it is rather strange that there is a EU, India, a regular and intensified dialogue, and without regular and intensified dialogue between the Southeast Europe and the European Union. The common future in unified Europe is a message given to us 18 long years since the Thessaloniki summit have passed. And it took us under the Greek presidency of the EU. When our region was put on the accession agenda of the EU. Since then, very limited progress has been made, and West Balkan 6 are still far away from the EU club. Criteria defined in the new methodology is even more demanding, making the process more complicated. Even the front runners of the region, the progress they have made since 2012, when the accession negotiations were launched, could not anticipate the tentatively when it could be concluded. EU member states, amid the discussion about the future of the Union, could not pay the much attention to the enlargement process as such. If we add the fact that the enlargement is not so popular topic in most EU countries, becoming especially sensitive during the pre-election campaign, it is obvious that the West Balkan 6 accession is on the remote and on hold. EU failure to open on time the negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania represent another setback. Famous expression, when you deliver, EU will respond immediately. Something that I have heard so many times in past 20 years is proven to be false. North Macedonia made 3 years ago a painful concession regarding the country name, but so far nothing has developed about its EU negotiation status. This is not the blame game, but this is joint responsibility on both sides of the equation, because we all from the region do not have the alternative for the EU integration of the entire region. The alternative we are living right now. This is a waiting room or the quarantine which is taking for so long. My country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, expects to acquire the EU candidate status, but the full membership to the EU is somewhere in the unforeseeable future. In order to open the negotiations between the EU, we have 14 key priorities set in front of the Bosnia and Herzegovina to fulfill them in order to open the negotiations. Candidacy status is somewhat of the political decision which the Council can make at any time. One of the 14 key priorities in front of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, among others, and they are all in equal standing, is to close the office of the High Representative in my country. Yet we are just having a dear friend, newly appointed High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and imagine how much time it's going to need, which I don't have any doubts that it is a top agenda of Mr. Schmidt to close the OHR as soon as 5+2 conditionalities. That's great news we have, so it's not going to be 20 years. Someone said we were waiting for 30, if it's another 10, Minister Bujar, then it's fine, as long as we have the end date. So it's important to bear this also in mind. Questioning, are our West Balkan 6 countries in such a bad shape at the beginning of the EU accession process in 2003 at the Thessaloniki summit in comparison with some countries that became members during the first decade of the 21st century when they started to approach the EU? Do we really need twice or 3 times longer preparation than they had? Do we need another 18 or even more years to become a full members of the EU? I was thinking that this is responsibility of one generation, but it seems like that this is multi-generational endeavor. And all the time, we have another positive examples of the integration of the countries of the Western Balkans into the other organizations. It was underlined here that the United States are playing very important and key role in this region. Is this the reason why we have 3-1 results when it comes to the integration of some of the West Balkan countries into the NATO, and we don't succeed into the EU? I refuse to believe that the values promoted by the NATO are of somewhat different than the values which are promoted by the European Union as such. There are some tangible progress which is made in the region, in the level of the regional cooperation. But be assured that we would like to be integrated into the European Union, and not to have the regional integration, but all the level of the regional cooperation necessary in order to have better life for all the citizens in the region. You rightly pointed out that Bosnia and Herzegovina sooner or later is going to become a topic of the discussion with the EU and US counterparts, which is, as we speak today, partners who are helping us to limitly change the constitution in Bosnia and Herzegovina and try to have as fair, honest, and integral electoral system in Bosnia and Herzegovina, allowing every citizen to participate in the process, at the same time hoping to have protected rights of all three constitutive people, as you rightly pointed out, as it is, embedded into the Dayton peace agreement. We would like this process to end as fast as possible so that we can call ourselves citizens of the European Union, because today we are equally Europeans in cultural, historical, social, whatever sense as the colleagues from the European Union, but what we are lacking is this being a part of the institutionalized Europe, part of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we can move to our last speaker at the introduction, Mr. Nemanja Starovic, the State Secretary. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Since the time we are left is not abundant, I will try to be brief and cut to the point and name the three issues that I think that are very important and that arise from the introduction to this very panel. But also, since it is always very good to start from the positive angle, I'm just looking at this slogan of this forum, together in a world apart, and I think it very well describes some of the things that we have achieved in the Western Balkans region in the last 16 or 17 months, despite very dire circumstances and pandemics that we have been facing and still facing, of course. I mean, contrary to the expectations of the many, we in the Western Balkans have achieved something. We have shown much more solidarity, I think, than our friends in other parts of the continent. Many figures, many numbers were mentioned today, and I usually like to go beyond the sheer numbers, but I will also mention a few of them. We in the Republic of Serbia, we were a little bit more successful in early procurement of the vaccines, but that is the reason that we try to help our neighbors, of course. And from the very start, we started donating those vaccines to our neighbors who had none at the moment. Situation improved, of course, but as of today, I think it is almost 250,000 vaccines that we donated to our neighbors. Then we opened our borders for the citizens of the regions, and not just of the region, to come and have their free vaccines in our country. And almost 200,000 of our neighbors came and got their vaccines. We included the migrant population in the vaccination program, donated, I think, 100,000 dosages to our friends from the Czech Republic, and now we are preparing a very large batch of vaccines for countries of the African continent who have been hit the hardest. But, when we go beyond the sheer numbers, I think we also had one very important added value to all of this. And I will give you an example. The moment when we opened our borders and people started flocking to Belgrade, and other Serbian cities, I've seen many short interviews of those people coming to Belgrade. And I've heard people, for example, from Sarajevo, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, who came to Belgrade actually to get their vaccines, to preserve their health. And they said that is the first time for the full 30 years they came to Belgrade, after full 30 years. And, they were really surprised and amazed to see how much Serbia has changed and how welcome they were, of course, to come to our capital. And that mental image of Serbia of the 90s just melted down in one day. So I think that is that added value in reconciliation process is something that we must cherish, and I think that is something we must sustain in the following months and years, even when this pandemics will be over, and I hope it will be soon, of course. The second point about the reform processes in the Western Balkans and the EU accession, well, I think we know what we have to do. I think the playing field has been set. We know the criteria. They are hard. They are very demanding, but we are not complaining about that, of course, because we know that in the end, everything that we are asked to do is beneficial for our own citizens. But as we are mentioned, I think it is also very important, to be honest and to be credible. And we speak about honesty. I think that we cannot jump over the elephant in the room, And we must admit that when we speak about the enlargement of the European Union, there was always a very strong political dimension. And the way that it was before the Big Bang enlargement, it was also afterwards. And the way it is manifested today, in present, is through this phenomenon of the so-called enlargement fatigue, And I think it is good to be honest and to honestly speak about that and find the ways how we can all together, our European Union partners and we in the Western Balkans, how we can face that and how we can deal with that. It is better than to hide behind some bilateral issues and blockades that are being set. And of course, I do think about our friends and neighbors in North Macedonia. And I must say one more thing, that this blockade that they are facing, it is not just a problem for Skopje and our friends in North Macedonia. It is something that really very strongly resonates throughout the region. And that is a very, very wrong message that we are all receiving. If there is a country in the region that did everything possible, and even more, some of the things that seemed impossible, that is North Macedonia. And what happened in the end? Actually nothing. Very wrong message, and I hope that we will have progress in that regard very, very soon. And when we mention that so-called enlargement fatigue, there is a flip side to the same coin, and that is the accession fatigue, and that is something that we must deal in the region and that we are dealing on a daily basis. Sometimes I'm delighted to see that despite such a long time that our enlargement and accession is taking, that despite all of that, we still have overall support in our society in Serbia for the membership in the EU. Miroslav mentioned the Thessaloniki summit. We all remember Thessaloniki summit and pledges and commitments given. But the baby that was born during the Thessaloniki summit today is a full-grown adult of 18 years with full voting rights. And that is something we must also keep in mind. And the third point about the demographic issues and outflow of people and the phenomenon of the so-called brain drain. It is common for all of us in the region, no doubt about that. But I will tell you something that may be a novelty for many of you present here. Actually, according to data that we are having, and that is supported by the service of the Vienna Institute for Economic Studies, actually the brain drain in Serbia is already trumped by brain gain. But we wanted to say that more people with tertiary degrees are coming to Serbia as of now than people with tertiary degrees leaving. Many reasons for that. Our students coming back to Serbia, students from the region coming to our universities and staying after that in Serbia, and then full-grown professionals seeking their job opportunities in our country. But what we are facing, that it's a very, very dangerous thing, is something that I may call a muscle drain. People with secondary degrees, people proficient in crafts and trades, going to European Union countries, mainly to Germany. What is the reason for that? Well, unlike professionals in IT or creative industry, our plumbers, our carpenters, our welders, they cannot work online for their German employers. They need to go there. And the only answer to that, having in mind some experiences of our friends from countries like Poland, like Lithuania, and so on, is economic development. The moment that we converge in economical terms with the European Union, at least to a certain extent, then the outflow will slowly stop. And the way we can do it, and the way we can answer to all these three issues I mentioned, of course, is the regional economic integration. I have no doubt about that, and all that our flagship initiative is called Mini Schengen. We started that, Republic of Serbia, North Macedonia, and Albania. And it is a fully inclusive process, open for all the Western Balkan partners. And it is definitely not a substitute for the European Union integration, but something that is complementary and that we can do in parallel without waiting for some other things to happen. We can try to integrate among ourselves. I will give you also one information that we were provided by a study done by the World Bank, saying that if we establish the common space in the Western Balkans for the free flow of people, goods, capital, and services, we would be able to produce 3.5 billion euros of added value each year, altogether. We're not speaking about money that will come as a support, help, and we are appreciative for all the help that we're getting, especially from the European Union. But it is the money and the value that we can produce ourselves. So it's that in mind, you know, I was very surprised by some of the things that I have heard at the beginning of this panel. And I must clarify that, you know, Belgrade, Skopje, and Tirana started the initiative, but it is fully open to our friends from Bosnia and Herzegovina, from Montenegro, and also for our southern province of Kosovo and Metohija. And on top of that, just 10 months ago, in September last year, Pristina committed to join the mini Schengen initiative in line with the Washington Agreement. But that is their right to join or not to join, and I am sure that the time will prove all the value of this initiative. And if the problem is just in a name of mini Schengen, well, I can inform you that in 2 weeks we will change that name. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We practically run out of time, but we have to make the time for a couple of questions. I would like to ask you, Mr. Lajčák, you did mention economic part of the recovery for the Western Balkans, which is important, obviously, economic and investment plan. But we've seen within this discussion that there are also political issues that have been raised that have to do with economic. So now we have basically two schools of doing it. Either we firstly resolve political problems, issues, and then move to economy, or the vice versa, or we do it hand in hand. I mean, what is the way out from this discussion that we witnessed today?
Clearly, there are political issues that prevent the region from fast European integration, but sometimes in our discussions we are too much focused on these issues, on the obstacles on the political side, and that's why I feel compelled to remind ourselves of the huge activities that are happening on the economic front. They will not solve our political dilemmas, but they are clearly showing that the European Union is counting on future membership. European Union is preparing these countries for future membership. European Union is building all the connections, the physical but also human, with the region. So the region is clearly embedded into European system, European norms, European values, but also European infrastructure. And this is sometimes overlooked or neglected or taken for granted. Should not be. But at the same time, obviously, we need to overcome the legacy of the past. Because, as I mentioned, the functionality, it is a reality. The region and every member of the region must demonstrate that with their membership, European Union will become stronger and better functioning. And this impulse must come from the region. The European Union is ready to respond positively, but we need to have absolutely no doubts that we will be stronger with the Western Balkans among our membership.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Schmidt and Madam Zovko the question on Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Schmidt, how do you see the perspectives now for the country, and do you see there is you have raised the question of the basically the civic state and the three constitutional rights for the people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do you see that it can go hand in hand, or is it really confrontational in a political sense? What is your opinion on that? And secondly, you did mention the role of the US in the peace process. How do you see this role in the future for the moment to come for Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Thank you. First, to question two, very constructive and indispensable, especially in a situation where, unfortunately, we see that one of the Dayton signatory states, the Russian Federation, does not stick to its political and, constitutional commitments in this context. So the second is, as my neighbor has pointed on, I do not see that the Constitution as it is today would answer all questions, including the issue we have with Finchi and not only, and other court decisions about this. But basically, I'm optimistic. You cannot be pessimistic if you're starting a position. But I think there has a lot to be done, and the pressure could come to everybody, because it cannot be that Bosnia-Herzegovina stays behind in terms of EU access. So this is the best argument, I think the pragmatic argument, that we have to work on this jointly in Europe, in Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's complicated, but I rely a little bit on the sheer understanding that there is a need to do this, and if we manage that this is beyond ideological or national-oriented positions, we will succeed.
Thank you. Madam Zovko.
Thank you for the question. I think it's the most difficult one that we've got. But we have been dealing with the Brexit, and we are still dealing with the consequences of the Brexit and the withdrawal agreement and Northern Ireland Irish issue. And I would invite all the ministers that are present here to follow the Protestant marching season in Northern Ireland. So if we couldn't get rid of identity issue in Northern Ireland, where all these EU citizens are living and we take care of them and their safety, security, and also of not having a hard burden with Northern Ireland, I think we should also pay respect to what is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina and all the region. I mentioned the Ohrid agreement that made this fine balance between Albanian community and Macedonian community that combined this civic and constitutional model, but it's not called constitutional, it's the ethnic model. We have the case of Kosovo, when the Bosniak member was elected by a Serb majority, and this was annulled by the Constitutional Court immediately. And I salute this decision, because it was not a true representative of Bosniak community. But what we are having since 2006 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are having one member of the presidency being elected by Bosniak majority and without true representative of Croats community. And that really made Croat in a bad position, and Croatian state to be like this annoying member of European Union, to warn that this is not good. So combining civic and ethnic model has been offered in 2015 by International Crisis Group as an exit strategy for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we have it in 3 electoral units. This was offered during the Madame Pak as a rapporteur for Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a federalism, as the only middle way between 2 extremes, unitarism and separatism. So how are we going to achieve this model where you can combine Sejdić-Finci solution together with constitutional ethnic rights? It's very easy. It's just sufficient to not to be I don't know how to say, too emotional, too sentimental, but to say you cannot break peace agreement because you are pushing the other parts towards these actors that are really dangerous, Russia and Turkey, and even China. This fine balance has to come through federalism, and it was said even in a Amato report. I mean, no one has read the Amato report, but Goran Svilanovic told me the solution was there. Lagumdžija said, you need a 3rd federal unit, but no one speaks about that. In 2005, in ICG report, they said the multi-ethnic football club is Zrinski in Mostar. I mean, in Belfast, you cannot have Catholics and Protestants together, or even in Glasgow today they are together. But in Zrinski, you have a Muslim, Bosniak Serbs and Croats playing for a Croat club. So you have this federalism in effect, but you cannot translate it. So we have a master agreement, which was easily done by American administration and the European administration who understood the sensitivity of this town. But we are having all these idealistic approaches that something can be resolved with, I don't know, with giving majority just to rule over. But as I warned you in the beginning, this has really created the chaos. This cannot work in Western Balkans. This we know from Macedonia, North Macedonia, and from the cases in the rest of the Western Balkans. So follow ICG report, follow American finding at that time, and we will find a solution.
Thank you very much. We would have to now conclude this panel. Thank all the speakers. I thank all the speakers. If there's something that can be said by, that was said by many of you that some of the most difficult things can be easy. If what Mr. Lajčák said, we need a passion and enthusiasm. For sure, our speakers had passion and enthusiasm in talking to us today. So I would suggest we give them a round of applause for their effort. Thank you once more, and hope to see you next year in Dubrovnik. Thank you.